the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Shalom, shalom. Come on in. Blessings, brothers and sisters. Blessings.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel.
Shalom, shalom.
In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still.
Blessings.
To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel.
That's who we be.
That's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii.
The Lord is calling back Israel.
From Panama,
He's calling us back, brothers and sisters. Come on.
Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel.
That's right. The Most High is gathering Israel. I'm Elder Rawchaa of the Gathering of Christ Church here with our weekly broadcast. All praises be to the Most High. Ahaya, Ahaya is his name in the name of Yeshua. Through the Rawchaa, Yeshua is its true name. There was no such letter as J. So it would have been impossible for anyone to have been casting out spirits in the name of Jesus, okay? There's so many lies we had to dig through as a people to get to where we are today. In the time of the awakening, brothers and sisters, there's so much going on, and it's to a degree where, folks, I didn't want to wait. I'm like, hold on, 6 o'clock is too late. I'm going to jump right in here. Oh, Apanilwa. I'm doing fine, Apanilwa. I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. I hope you all are doing fine. I'm blessed, ready, trying to stay warm with the climate being pretty cold. Even in Texas, snow is falling all over the place. And it was told Moses many years ago, right? It was told to our prophets that if we begin to change the time, then the seasons will begin to come, what? In and out of course. And as you can see, in areas that you would normally have sunshine, there's snow. But I digress. We're here this evening to connect the dots for all of you brothers and sisters politically. For those who don't realize or understand, this is a church, the Gathering of Christ Church, but not to be confused with modern Christianity, okay? Usually when you hear church, it's such a negative connotation that comes with it that most people are turned off, not realizing that Christ gave insight while he was walking with the disciples, that in the end days, his truth would resonate through all the darkness. And eventually, our brothers and sisters, those who were chosen to do so, would find truth. Okay, So regardless of the negative connotation that comes from the New World Satanic Church that we see today, the New Age movement when it comes to mega churches, folks, because we didn't give up, even through that adversity, even through the destruction that came through the church, the Most High revealed to us the church that was in position before the fall of our nation, Jerusalem. So I thank the Almighty. Brothers and sisters, if you're fairly new and have been turned off from the word church, stick in here with us, okay? And have some understanding, because even Christ stated that the kingdom is for few. Many shall say, Lord, Lord, didn't I do this? Didn't I do that? Didn't I cast out spirits in your name and all these others? Didn't I help people? And Christ's going to look at that same so-called servant and say, hold up, I don't know you. Turn away from me, you worker of iniquity, for I know you not. I don't know you because you didn't know me. Okay? You were teaching about another Christ. You were teaching the New Age movement. You were teaching inclusion. You were trying to assimilate my people into the satanic New World Order. Get out of my face. Now, when we focus on that Christ in of itself, we realize the Bible isn't wrong. The original church was correct. It has been infiltrated. It was infiltrated. And I'm saying this, be patient, because I know it took thousands of years to turn us off concerning a word called church or a place called church. And even it have actually had many walk away from the Bible itself, believing that what we are witnessing in the earth today called church is actually written in the book. So I believe that the Most High, through the Holy Spirit, have done what? He have actually given us a respite. He was giving us he've given us some rest to understand that the book we've always trusted upon, even in time past with no understanding, he have given us understanding that the book that we always loved and trusted on was as true as it was when we first began to believe in it. And that's why I thank the Most High for this church. I thank the Most High for the knowledge he bestowed in this work, folks. And keep in mind, it's not as if we are here in the church reinventing the wheel, okay? We're just servants. The only thing we did, in essence, was just say, let's get doctrine out of the way as far as the doctrine of men and deal with the book as it is written. And that in of itself led us back to the original church that was destroyed by the Roman Empire, by the Edomites. So speaking about that, before I go in, I would like to thank all my loyal academites in the academy. Thank you again. As you all can see, this academy is hitting hard. We went through what? We went into the creation of the universe, week 1, right? We went into week 2. What? Tracing the serpent seed to prove that what they call mythology and mythological gods aren't myth at all. These are the gods who came to this earth, who fell to this earth, who encompassed or was a part of that face of the deep. We all read about in Genesis 1. And they are the gods of this world. Okay, they are the gods of this world. Those who worship and follow Kabbalah, they worship the dark forces, Samael, Satan, your Vatican, and all these. They have hidden the fact that the gods they claim never existed as myth are actually the gods, that's right, they bow to, they serve, and receive technology from. Okay, but all in all, that's their God. What I'm trying to do through the Spirit of the Almighty is show what? A difference between what? The gods of the nations and the God of the Hebrews, the God of Israel. Okay? And the fact that Christ would make a line in the sand between those who would choose to follow him and the rest. And that leads us to our broadcast today, because we're going into week 3. Week 3. The promised seed, to prove beyond any shadow of a doubt, using archaeology, history, as well as the Bible, that the Most High have always had a what? A chosen people. That's who we are. That's who we are, folks. And I'm going into that, and I hope you can participate with us with this. Week 3, is there a chosen people? Is there a spiritual Israelite and all these others Christians are talking about? Have they lied on us? Well, folks, if anything, you'll see it this academy. You'll see it. I'm going to break it down through the precepts, Lawya and I, from Genesis to Revelations, to prove that Israel has always existed. Okay? Just because we fell according to a curse doesn't mean the Most High forgot about us. And I'm going to talk about that and prove the doctrine of Christianity is a lie concerning that they don't know who God's people are and all these others. Folks, if anything, I can thank the Most High for, and again, go to historytimes.org to enroll. We still have spots in. They're still working to make sure we enroll you all. And even if you can't work Sunday, it's okay. Even if you can't be there present Sunday because you have to work or it's a day off, enroll anyway. We'll make sure you get the links and you'll still be able to view it at your own convenience. Okay, so just because you can't be there Sunday doesn't mean you have to miss it. Okay, and we'll give you your welcome pack, all the information at the end of the academy. At the end of the academy, I give you my personal precept booklet and all that. I would love for you to be a part of it because your help us help so many. So go to historytimes.org to enroll. Now, jumping right in, brothers and sisters, jumping right in. As you can see the title, Divisive Politics and the New World Order. So many people out there try to shame us from talking about politics and the things the Bible describes as prophecy when we go into politics. Let me make this clear, folks. If one don't know politics, you don't know prophecy. There's no way to separate the two. Why do they want Christ dead? Because he was disrupting the social landscape of the world. Okay? Because of the prophecy concerning him coming to free us. The same people whom the Edomites or Romans were depending on to help them build their new world order. So if you don't understand policy, even in the book of Daniel, it says, through policy, they shall destroy many. Destroy who? Us. So we've been ignorant to policy, believing that if you go into the Bible, you're supposed to just sing hymns and praise Jesus without understanding what's in the book. If you don't understand policy, you don't understand. If you don't understand policy, you will never understand prophecy. And I hope to give brothers and sisters understanding of how important that is this evening. If anything, right? If I can thank the internet for anything, right? In particular, right? I can thank the internet for coming up with a very convenient word to what the world had been doing to our people for a long time, right? If anything, I can thank the internet for coming up with this one word that quantifies what they've been doing against us. Folks, it seems as if the world have trolled our people forever, right? If anything, the internet, we can thank the Most High for that word troll, because it seemed as if that's what they've been. Now that we've come to the knowledge of the truth, it seemed as this whole thing have been inside baseball for a few. And anytime we come to the realization that, hold up, are we intentionally being left out and attacked? Is this systematic? We talk to any people. We talk to East Indians. We talk to Jews. We talk to white people. We talk to our own Christian pastors. And they'd be like, well, no. Everything is on an individual basis. Everything is just happenstance. But folks, when we dive into this today, you're going to realize the whole world have trolled the children of Israel for a very, very long time. Right? Hit the like button for us because we are about to jump in. We are about to jump in. Before I jump in, let me say hello to a distinguished partner in Christ, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom, Elder Lawya.
Shalom, sir. How you doing?
I am blessed by the best, and his name is Ahaya. Let me turn this down a little bit, just a little bit. I'm a little hot. This mic is a little hot. Yeah, I'm going into it today, Elder Lawya. We have it already, right? I'm going to drop a few things today. I just need you to assist me. I got it all set up. First and foremost, again, you're doing well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, most people would think that we match shirts before the broadcast.
You would think so, right?
Hey, listen, they have no idea. We had no conversation beforehand, but it's all right.
Yes, sir.
That's how it is in the spirit, right? That's how it is, right?
Absolutely.
Here it is. Let's jump right in. Jump right in. Here we go, brothers and sisters. What are we talking about? And we're going to quantify this through the Bible. And at the end of it, what are we to do now that it's understood that there's enemies, political enemies, outside of our people, and the most dangerous are those within our people. We're going to talk about that. Politics and divisive politics and the New World Order. Let's jump right in, starting with Trump, along with a very important sidekick. All right, let's start with Trump on the campaign trail. Because most people believe, Elder Lawya, that because we speak of the evil politics that come through Democrats or liberalism, that we're Republican. Right? A lot of people might think that, right?
Right.
But today they're going to understand all of it. Right?
Right.
Because you cannot have someone who keep stating over and over for years that they're going to build a wall. You can't hear someone say that and not have that in of itself raise a red flag, especially the wall that was built around us before they destroyed Jerusalem. So I'm trying to put this together for people. Just because I told y'all to stay away from evil liberalism, which is Democrats, and the Bible speaks of them, okay? It wasn't to have you run to Trump. Let's make this clear. In essence, you're going to find out there was only one alternative for us the whole time. It was only one alternative. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag to what that alternative is. Some of you all you probably guess it. But all in all, this is vetting time for those who can see how people that are close to you, be it your family members, be it your children, be it your close circle, how these people interact and operate in the midst of all these crises that we have seen and will embark upon, will in fact tell you that it will, in essence, tell you those you will have to separate yourselves from before they tear you down. And we're going into history right now, but let's first start with Donald Trump. Okay? And why did I say stay away from liberal Democrats? Well, I'm going to go into that in a moment, but before I go there, I focused on Democrats because that's the party our people predominantly trust. Therefore, everything you see in our community right now is a direct result of those politics. That's why. Why would I talk about Republicans when our people don't vote for Republicans? So if you look at what's going on in our neighborhoods, the destructive behaviors that's happening, and we've been predominantly a liberal Democrat constituency, common sense will tell our people that they have been what? Formed to destroy us. So why would I focus on a party that our people don't even care about? How did the New World Order, Satan, use either of these particular parties against the children of Israel? That's who we are. We're going to talk about this. But let's look at, real quick, Elder Lawya, if you will, Donald Trump on the campaign trail with a familiar character by the name of Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab so happened to be German. He's a German Jew, right? So here it is. Why am I pointing out this concern in him right now? Because, of course, y'all know how it is when it comes to politics. Let's let everybody in and totally overrun the cities. I'm going to show you the scriptures and policy on that. Only to have everyone say, well, hold up. We need a savior to save us from what the government, Democrats and Republicans, agreed to happen. They both agreed and allowed this to happen.
Right.
Okay. So automatically everyone is going to run to the next side. Right? Knowing that both of those parties together allowed the migrants to overrun the cities. Why are they overrunning the cities? And what are the politics in place to remedy or to solve those issues? Well, I guess that's what Trump and this New World Order leader by the name of Klaus Schwab probably were discussing. A matter of fact, it used to be called Bilderberg, but they just had another meeting, Bill Gates and others, with this guy here from the World Economic Forum last week. Now, what they're going to talk about, I'm going to deal with that next week, but I want to focus on what? The divisive politics and the New World Order. Give you a biblical perspective with an answer according to God on how we must roll, understanding that either side has always been against us. Check this out. Fair use for educational uses only.
Well, we've loved it. We think it's a great country, a beautiful country, and we have had a tremendous success.
Yeah, great success.
And this gentleman, as you...
He said, we have had what? We have had what?
Yeah, great success.
And this have had a tremendous success.
We have had tremendous success. Now, folks, the guy you see here is more powerful than any politician in the world. Now, the majority of our people would see this particular video and wouldn't understand the gravity of this particular scene here. Now, politically, they walked out there together. Why? For what you call a photo op, a public pronouncing to the world that Trump is on board with the World Economic Forum's agenda. What does that agenda have to do with us? Well, folks, the World Economic Forum shapes the policy that usually comes out of crises. See, one thing, the Constitution means nothing at all in the midst of a crisis. Automatically, all of the decisions go to who? Go to those who are in control over world crises. See? So if there's a cold, if there's a disease, if there's a war, well, guess what, folks? These are the think tanks who dictate what happens in your country, regardless of the laws the citizenry are currently under. Let me play it all the way.
Well, we've loved it. We think it's a great country, a beautiful country, and we have had a tremendous success.
Yeah, great success.
And this gentleman, as you know, he's done a great job. Thank you very much.
This gentleman, as you know,
Well, we've loved it. We think
look at this. See this? This gentleman, as you know, has done a great job. Now, the majority of people in the earth, the everyday person, is trying to put food on the table, or you know, or are affected by the gas prices. Wouldn't even think twice about this particular guy next to Trump. But we're here to inform you. Okay? Fair use. Fair use. Mr. Klaus, 3 years ago, stated that we must adjust this earth or be prepared for an angrier world. What does he know? An angrier world? Well, this is fair use for educational and religious purposes only.
I don't know how it will play out in November, but what we know is that we will end up with many more unemployed, and particularly also people in the gray economy, which are not.
So he knew 3 years ago that many people will end up unemployed. Now think about this. He knew this 3 years ago, folks. At the same time he knew this, the World Economic Forum, under the politics, the world politics of inclusion, right, it's also intertwined into a world without borders. You hear about this when you go into the World Economic Forum when it comes to diversity and inclusion, a world without borders. So they'll have you think that this is some type of asylum situation we're dealing with right now. Well, Mr. Klaus Schwab, if you knew that the world would become angrier 3 years ago for lack of jobs, why would you and other leaders agree to have the inner cities overrun by illegal immigrants or migrants or people that have been made into third world? These people really need refuge based on what was done to Venezuela after the death of Chavez and others. So if you knew that it would make the world angrier, then why have politics where the cities are overran by migrants with no place to stay in the midst of winter? But I digress. Now, the question lies here, Elder Lawya, and I'm going to ask the people, is there some level of orchestration here? Is some of this politically orchestrated? Now we're gonna have you answer that question in a moment, but I need you to hit the like button. And angrier, look at the title. The World Economic Forum founder must prepare for an angrier world 3 years ago. And guess what? He was just seen with Donald Trump last week.
I don't know how it will play out in November, but what we know is that we will end up with many more unemployed, and particularly also people in the gray economy, which are not counted for, who lose their jobs. So we will see definitively a lot of anger already now, but probably increase by the end of the year, because this crisis will be with us until we really have found a remedy. So we have.
Now, mind you, Biden and Kamala met with him a little over 3 years ago, folks. Now, look at this. You can't make this up. The same guy sitting with Donald Trump, right, met with Biden and Kamala during the pandemic. So is he Democrat or Republican? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get you all to think outside of the bubble they've placed us. So whichever way this guy go, we know either side is on board.
Have to prepare for a more angry world, and how to prepare. It means to take the necessary action to create a fairer world, to see that we provide everybody with decent access to the health system.
Yeah, got that German accent. I mean, are we living under the Fourth Reich?
That we make sure that those people who are really left behind, and I'm not speaking only on national levels, I'm speaking also internationally. If I see now the tragedy in some of the emerging countries like South Africa, like some countries in East.
Listen to the countries he's highlighting here. I mean, why are they always up in our sauce, up in our stew? Think about this. I'm going to show you why in a moment.
East Asia. I think it's all, I don't have too many remedies. The remedies have to be discussed through dialogue by the stakeholders of our global system. But
by stakeholders of our global system. He's saying decisions have to be made by stakeholders of our global system, not by our elected officials. See, I have to stop this and break it down for y'all so that you brothers and sisters can understand what's going on. So who are the international stakeholders who are making decisions for what you would call free countries?
I just see the need for such a dialogue, and I see the need for action. I see the need for a great reset.
To what extent?
I see a need. Elder Lawya, you probably missed this. You could put yours on mute, Elder Lawya. I know you was listening to it. Don't worry about it. I'll bring you in a second.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. He said, I see the need. Now, this guy must be very important, right? I see a need for a global reset. Now, is that a negative or positive thing? A global reset for those who are suffering under the current world status, the current world conditions, right? You have people that can't even adjust to what we're dealing with now. And he's talking about he see a need for a new global reset without telling the world what that entails. What does that mean for the people who live on earth? Mainly in Western countries or the world abroad. Well, you're here. This is where we get some of these answers, right?
Extent would a reset be brought about by a change in the White?
Will a reset?
To what extent would a reset be brought about by a change in the White House, the election of Joe Biden, for instance?
See, the election of Joe Biden, for instance. So, folks, the reset already happened. When they released the world out of the pandemic, the world was released into a new system. In order to set up a new system, the whole world had to stop to put the what? The new world infrastructure in place. Everything you're seeing now, whether you agree with it or not, came out of the reset. When you look up and you're seeing all these foreign people around you and all that, a world without borders is what they talked about on what? The economic forum, the World Economic Forum. Is what we're living under now, which is really social warfare. What I'm showing you, brothers and sisters, you have to know what a social mercenary look like. What does a social mercenary look like? Mercenaries are usually paid to take out an enemy. Now, what makes them mercenaries is the fact that they're not aligned to any particular army or country. A mercenary is what? You got it. A mercenary is an individual asset who's willing to attack anyone, anybody, under a mercenary contract based on pay. What we are witnessing today, whether it be illegal immigrants or whatever the case is, are mercenaries, because they're not coming over just to come over. They're being paid and being promised payment to destabilize the cities. And we're going to talk about that. These are mercenaries. Fair use, education, and religious purposes only.
I don't know. We shouldn't speculate about the outcome of the election. We will see beginning of November, and then we can, in any case, we can, and the World Economic Forum is very open and as an open platform to integrate everybody who is.
To integrate. Listen to what he's saying, folks. Don't let his accent go over your head. We must integrate. Listen to what that is, folks. Folks, listen. What is opposite of integration? Segregation. Remember, I've told you this. We're going backward now in a moment. Segregation, desegregation was the New World Order's plan to destroy us. The opposite of integration is segregation. Follow me here.
Is willing to address those issues in a spirit, which means
in the spirit of Satan, obviously,
to exercise here true global citizenship.
I want to just pick up on
true to exercise, you better hear this, to exercise true global citizenship. Now, you're already a citizen of a country, right? So what have you been integrated into? We're going to talk about that in a moment. Okay, there's nothing new under the sun. These people have never had an original idea. What he's saying is exactly out of the scriptures. That's right. From throughout history. That wicked one around 137 BC of Antiochus Epiphanes. And we're going to talk about that in a moment, right? So they never had an original idea in their lives. It's because our people don't understand history. You don't understand where this is going. Right?
on some of the economic projections. In your book, you tackle what the future may look like. And at this stage, we're grappling with various letters of the alphabet, whether it's a V or a U or perhaps even a symbol, a tick shape. Can you just give us some clues about the growth down the track, what we can expect?
What can we expect?
First, if you look at it at the national or global level, at the macroeconomic level, one of the things we address very much in the book and we are concerned is the increased debt level. We spend about 10 trillion worldwide to deal with the short-term negative effects of the pandemics. But we should be aware we are just increasing our debt situation. And we were already very much debt loaded before we went into.
Now, mind you, folks, a disease that could cripple the world was discussed under the same forum years before it actually happened. That's not allegedly. It's in the World Economic Forum's on their website.
To the crisis. So how to get at the end out of this debt situation is still a big question mark. Second,
let's see if it's a big question mark, folks, because this guy, I kept my eyes on him in particular. Why? 1 second. Let me turn to one moment. going right along, because I don't want to spend too much time on him, but I kept my eye on this particular character for a long while now. Now, he just met not too long ago also with Bill Gates last week. And what's discussed is that there's a possibility of another thing coming 20 times more virulent than what was discussed a few years ago that shut the world down. Now, I don't know how they would know this, out of nowhere. How would they know exactly how something is going to affect something in the future? I mean, hey, but I'm gonna leave that alone here. Let's just talk about the politics. I've been keeping my eye on this guy for a long time, right? Klaus Schwab, right? Listen to this.
Very fast. But can you imagine that in 10 years when we are sitting here, we have an implant in our brains?
Can you imagine what? Can you imagine when we're sitting here 10 years from now with an implant in our brains?
Advancing very fast. But can you imagine that in 10 years when we are sitting here, we have an implant in our brains, and I can immediately feel, because you all will have implants, and we measure your brain waves, and I can
measure your brain waves. He says, he told everybody in the room. So all of them must be down with this. Well, we all going to have it, right?
Advancing very fast. But can you imagine that in 10 years when we are sitting here, we have an implant in our brains, and I can immediately feel, because you all will have implants, and we measure your brain waves, and I can immediately tell you how the people react, or I can feel how the people react to your answers. Is it imaginable?
He can feel what other people are thinking and feeling. Now, I don't know about you all, folks. Do you want to have this guy around knowing what you're thinking and feeling?
Advancing very fast. But can you imagine that in 10 years when we are sitting here, we have an implant in our brains, and I can immediately feel, because you all will have implants, and we measure your brain waves, and I can immediately tell you how the people react, or I can feel how the people react to your answers. Is it imaginable?
I think that is imaginable. I think I think you can imagine that. You can imagine, well, you're going to be sort of transplanted into the internet, so to speak, to live forever in a digital realm. You can imagine that you just in your biological incarnation are going to live to be some very long age.
Yeah. Can you? I can't imagine it. I cannot imagine it. I cannot imagine it. Let me get to the next thing here. Klaus Schwab was born in Ravensburg, Germany, and received his academic education at the Swiss Federal Institute of Zurich, the University of Freiburg, and Harvard. Listen to this, folks. And Harvard University. Remember that. Graduating with a doctorate in engineering, a doctorate in economics and social sciences, and a master in public administration, right? Who is he? The founder of the executive chairman World Economic Forum, so that when you see things like this, you'll understand prophetically where we're going. Wake up, folks.
Well, we've loved it. We think it's a great country, a beautiful country, and we have had a tremendous success.
Yeah, great success.
And this gentleman, as you know, he's done a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And this guy, as you know, have done a great job. right? I'm just filling the blanks for y'all now. Now we're going to get to our next guy by the name of Carroll Quigley. Right? Carroll Quigley. Right? Now, he came into prominence around the Nixon administration, an author and others. Right? Let me drop this for you. Okay, he was also a main component within the politics during the time of FDR, Franklin D. Roosevelt. And this guy is serious because he told us exactly what we're experiencing in our communities in the United States right now. He said exactly how it would happen. Who is he? Look at it clearly, folks. And I'm going to give you the prophecies and the Bible prophecies and understanding on this of who we can relate these so-called world leaders, philosophers, and I would say esoteric seers to, right? Carroll Quigley, right, was an American historian and theorist of the evolution of civilizations. He is remembered for his teaching work as a professor of Georgetown University, folks. But look at this here, right? And his seminal works, The Evolution of Civilizations, An Introduction of Historical Analysis and Tragedy and Hope, A History of the World in Our Time, in which he states that the Anglo-American banking elite have worked together for centuries to spread certain values globally. Now, look at his life and career. Look at where we're going here. Where was the Bushes? What were they about? Harvard and Yale, Harvard and Yale, Harvard and Yale, right? The first guy, Klaus, even though he was operating, he was born overseas, he studied at Harvard. Now we got the life and career. Born in Boston, Quigley attended Harvard University, where he studied history and earned a BA, an MA, and a PhD degrees. He taught also at Princeton in New Jersey, and then at Harvard, and then from 1941 to 1976 at the School of Foreign Services of Georgetown University. Now, why am I bringing up this man here? Carroll Quigley. Well, listen to what he said would happen. What would need to happen between the Democrats and the Republic in order for the corporations to bring in the New World Order. And he stated this in 1976. And yeah, by the way, for fair use and educational purposes only, I need y'all to hear this and hear it good. And a matter of fact, let me cut up on the captions so that you can hear what he stated in 1976 concerning the Democrats, the Republicans, the citizens, the state, only a few minutes, as well as how the corporations were going to come in at the very end. Listen to this.
Good evening. My name is Peter Crow. I'm the Dean of the School of Foreign Service, and it is my privilege on behalf of the school and the Department of...
Hold on. I'm going to make it so you all can see it. Fair use. Let me put fair use over here. Educational purposes only. And let me move it up so you can all see the closed caption. You know, those things were recorded so many years ago, right? So many years ago. It was recorded many years ago. So it was transferred from audio tape onto video so we can understand it today, okay? So bear with the grainy audio, okay? Please bear with it. Listen to this carefully. another Harvard graduate. Listen.
Good evening. My name is Peter Crow. I'm the Dean of the School of Foreign Service, and it is my privilege on behalf of the school and the Department of History to welcome you to the renovated Gaston Hall and to an occasion this evening at which we honor an established institution and inaugurate a new one. The established institution is Professor Carol Quigley, whose teaching has quickened and disciplined the minds of generations of School of Foreign Service students.
Now, hold up. Let me get straight to it. One moment. Let me get straight to it. Let me get the one I want. Hold on Quigley. 1 second. I'm going to jump straight to it. 1 second, Elder Lawya, all right? Bear with me. Hold on. Let me get it here.
There have been numerous.
Okay, this is what I need, okay? The volume is pretty good on this one too, so here it is. Fair use, educational purposes only, fair use. Okay, we good. Check this out. Elder Lawya, listen to this.
There have been numerous books published.
There's been numerous books published. Let me put the closed caption on. Hold on. One second here. There we go. There's been numerous books published. Listen.
There is a basic assumption that only two kinds of interests or entities operate in the area of political action. That is, individuals and the government. There have been numerous books published with such titles as Man versus the State. I know two of those. Both appeared, I think, in 1906. We hear about big government as a threat to the individual, and so forth and so forth. Conservatives now are telling us that we must curtail government, cut government spending, cut government powers, reduce government personnel.
Now, he's saying on the conservative side, on the conservatives, it's saying that we should have what? Smaller government, right? Smaller government, less spending so that the people can have what? From the conservative side, the Republicans, a better quality of life, being able to save and hold on to their money. That's the conservative side he's talking about now. That to take the power out of government and give it to the people, right? Listen.
For the sake of making individuals more free.
So that you'll be more free, right? The more money you have, the more you can determine the outcomes for you and your family. That's the conservative side. This was 1976, folks. Listen.
Liberals, on the other hand, are still telling us, as they have for a long, long time.
Liberalism is who? Democrats.
In order to make
Hold up. Liberalism are the Democrats. So there's two thoughts of thinking amongst the citizens that the government use as a form of control. One say, well, we're anti-government when it comes to all the spending and all these others. Government should be there to pave roads, give us military to protect our borders, and to stay out of the way of citizens, free citizens, law-abiding citizens who are operating under the Constitution. Stay out of our business. But check out the liberals now. Liberals are Democrats.
Conservatives now are telling us that we must curtail government, cut government spending, cut government powers, reduce government personnel for the sake of making individuals more free. Liberals, on the other hand, are still telling us, as they have for a long, long time, that in order to make individuals free, we must destroy communities.
Oh, look, the liberals are saying in order for us to make the people free, we must destroy communities. That's the Democrat ideology. So you wonder why our communities are destroyed? This is the modus operandi. This is why the liberals operate to destroy communities to have their own outcome. Right? Liberals or Democrats must destroy communities. Now, this is the party that we've been aligned with to help our people in the ghettos, folks, in the inner cities. Did y'all know this?
More free. Liberals, on the other hand, are still telling us, as they have for a long, long time, that in order to make individuals free, we must destroy communities. By communities, I mean villages, ghettos and cities, ethnic groupings.
Ethnic groupings? Isn't that us? Hold up. Hold up. Ethnic groupings, religious groups, folks. The freedom we are afforded today is because our people stood up who believed in God. The civil rights movement came grassroots out of the Christian church, the black Christian church at that. So it says the liberals were put in place to destroy communities, ghettos, and religious groups. Things, listen to this clearly, anything which is segregated, which means separated from outside forces or influences. See? Because if we are over our own institutions, our own schools, now they can't come in with poisons or anything else and advise us to do something contrary to the group. Right? Religious group. So liberals are set up to destroy the foundations of what our people have always stood for.
Segregated. We must destroy them so that all individuals would be, if possible, identical.
So that all people, if possible, can become identical. Including what?
Boys and girls.
Including boys and girls. 1976 tells us they knew why the Democrats was set up from the beginning. We're at the last phase of the liberal plan to destroy us.
Long time. That in order to make individuals free, we must destroy communities. By communities, I mean villages, ghettos and cities, ethnic groupings, religious groupings.
Now you wonder why all of the natural, cultural, artistic value we brought to this country has now been totally eradicated and erased before us. You notice that? We were identified culturally as a people based on what? Based on what came out of struggle and all that, right? Rap became what? An art form, speaking against justice, speaking to what we experience, and now it's become Nas X. Nas X. Gospel was music speaking to what? The grassroots understanding of our slavery to one day make it back to Zion, and it became Kirk Franklin and Tyler Perry. Right? Even the music of our women who used to sing about love. There's nothing like my guy. He may not be a movie star, but he don't have to be rich. He don't have to be high value. But when it comes to being happy, we are. There's not a man today who can take me away from my guy. They switched her out with Little Red, with Sexy Red. Harlotry. This was the plan. Integration.
Ethnic groupings, religious groupings, anything which is segregated, we must destroy them so that all individuals would be, if possible, identical.
And I had to go into this, brothers and sisters, right after the so-called celebration of the great Martin Luther King, because Martin Luther King seen what the liberal was trying to do by attaching themselves to him, and says, and he quoted, "I'm afraid that I've led my people into a burning house," and said, well, listen, we must change this midstream to know the only way to protect our people from the integration is to make sure our people, the descendants of slaves, the tribe of Judah, receive reparations. If we're not financially taken care of first, these other people are going to come in and utterly decimate us. Utterly decimate us. And he knew it. He knew what? He knew the innocence from a large scale, being that we were predominantly a Christian people, could not rival the evil we were getting integrated into. We were too trusting. And if we aren't protected, being such a trusted people, these liberals would rip our families apart. They would join our churches. They'll become what? They become leaders and principals over our schools. They would begin to lead our religious institutions and focus on destroying our children and turning them out.
We must destroy them so that all individuals would be, if possible, identical, including boys and girls.
Including boys and what? Including boys and girls. Transgenderism. Folks, this was a private meeting amongst the elites on what the liberal agenda should be, what their plans are for where our people live. Huh?
But the area of political action, and I won't draw it on here, but just assume a circle of political action in which you have government, individuals acting in there. But you also have at least two other groups, really three others, voluntary associations.
Voluntary associations, folks. They was going to use activism, voluntary associations who are mercenaries. They're going to come in under the guise of philanthropy in our communities as if they are for our causes. But the people who were for our causes had to be what? Had to be silenced first so that they could hijack protesting and activism. So they'll do it through voluntary associations like the satanic Marxist Black Lives Matter.
Which I'll say no more about. Corporations and
corporations.
Communities. And if the liberals destroy communities.
Now, once the liberals destroy the communities, are they not destroyed?
For the sake of the individual.
For the sake of the individual.
And the conservatives destroy big government for the sake of individuals.
And the conservatives destroy the state government for the sake of individuals. Because why? Conservatives are saying less government, more money in our pockets. So that means the state or the government cannot grow beyond the people. So if each of those work on either side, you're going
to have an area of political action in which irresponsible and immensely powerful corporations are engaged in opposition.
So then the corporations come in, are engaged in opposition. Now, this is where your corporations come in.
To individuals who are socially naked.
Because the people on either side are socially naked. Why? They have what? They have intentionally and successfully divided the nation. Now the corporations, strengthened by the banks and industry and all that, international industry, can now control that particular country through what? Through the spirit and politics of divide and conquer. There's no opposition. The conservatives are fighting against the state, and that's right. The liberals are destroying the community, so our people, poor people and others are just trying to live. Right? So the corporations have to come in with solution. World Economic Forum, anyone? Are we putting this together for you?
And independent.
Now, the reason why I pulled this up, let me show you. There are 3 basic ways to win obedience, right? Here's one of Quigley's quotes. There are 3 ways to win obedience: by force, by buy-in consent with wealth, and by persuasion. Quigley, Harvard professor, right? Now watch where I'm going here. Watch where I'm going. Thank you, Elder Lawya, because you sent this to me a couple of minutes ago. I seen it the other day. They could not roll this out until they get rid of those who resisted. No way liberals would have been able to destroy our inner cities if Martin Luther King and Malcolm X lived. They was tipping our communities off at a time where all the religious institutions were united and aligned against those on the outside of us. Fair use. So now we see how the enemy works on the outside. Now let's talk about the politics on the inside. Divisive politics and the New World Order. Fair use. Hit that like button for me, please. Please. Many people need to hear this.
All the other slave education, a little education, fed him well,
and even gave him a little education, Gave him and dressed, took Tom.
Now notice Malcolm is going to start off with people who brag about degrees. Now look at what the enemy does with their degrees, and look what our people does with theirs. It's like we get a degree just to brag to other people within our community that's gone to hell about our education. Look how they take their education for full control, and look what we use our education for. But I digress. Not that education is bad, right? But is our education used like utilized like theirs? But I digress. Malcolm.
The slave master took Tom and dressed him well and fed him well and even gave him a little education. Gave him a long coat and a top hat and made all the other slaves look up to him. Then he used Tom to control them. The same strategy that was used in those days is used today by the same white man. He take a Negro, so-called Negro, and make him prominent, build him up, publicize him, make him a celebrity, and then he becomes a spokesman for Negroes and a Negro leader. I would like to just mention one thing else quickly, and that is the method that the white man uses, how the white man uses these big guns or Negro leaders against the black revolution. They are not a part of the black revolution. They're used against the black revolution. When Martin Luther King failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia, the civil rights struggle in America reached its low point. King became bankrupt almost as a leader. Plus, even financially, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference was in financial trouble, plus it was in trouble, period, with the people when they failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia. Other Negro civil rights leaders of so-called national stature became fallen idols. As they became fallen idols, began to lose their prestige and influence, local Negro leaders began to stir up the masses. In Cambridge, Maryland, Gloria Richardson. In Danville, Virginia, and other parts of the country, local leaders began to stir up our people at the grassroots level. This was never done by these Negroes whom you recognize of national stature. They controlled you, but they never incited you or excited you. They controlled you, they contained you. They kept you on the plantation. As soon as King failed in Birmingham, Negroes took to the streets. King got out and went out to California to a big rally and raised about, I don't know how many thousands of dollars. Come to Detroit and had a march and raised some more thousands of dollars. And recall, right after that, Wilkins attacked King, accused King and the Corps of starting trouble everywhere and then making the NAACP get him out of jail and spend a lot of money, and then he accused King and Corps of raising all the money and not paying it back. This happened. I got it in documented evidence in the newspaper. Roy started attacking King, and King started attacking Roy, and Farmer started attacking both of them. And as these Negroes of national stature begin to attack each other, they begin to lose their control of the Negro masses. And Negroes was out there in the streets. They was talking about, we're going to march on Washington. By the way, and right at that time, Birmingham had exploded, and the Negroes in Birmingham, remember, they also exploded. They began to stab the crackers in the back and bust them upside the head. Yes, they did. That's when Kennedy sent in the troops down in Birmingham. So, and right after that, Kennedy got on the television and said, this is a moral issue. That's when he said he's going to put out a civil rights bill. And when he mentioned civil rights bill and the Southern crackers started talking about they were going to boycott it or filibuster it, then the Negroes started talking about what? We're going to march on Washington, march on the Senate, march on the White House, march on the Congress, and tie it up, bring it to a halt. Don't let the government proceed. They even said they was going to go out to the airport and lay down on the runway and don't let no airplanes land. I'm telling you what they said. That was revolution. That was revolution. That was the black revolution. It was the grassroots out there in the street. Scared the white man to death. Scared the white power structure in Washington, D.C. to death. I was there. When they found out that this black steamroller was going to come down on the Capitol, they called in Wilkins. They called in Randolph. They called in these national Negro leaders that you respect and told them, call it off. Kennedy said, look, you all letting this thing go too far. And old Tom said, boss, I can't stop it because I didn't start it. I'm telling you what they said. They said, I'm not even in it, much less at the head of it. They said, these Negroes are doing things on their own. They're running ahead of us. And that old shrewd fox, he said, well, if you all aren't in it, I'll put you in it. I'll put you at the head of it. I'll endorse it. I'll welcome it. I'll help it. I'll join it. A matter of hours went by. They had a meeting at the Carlisle Hotel in New York City. The Carlisle Hotel is owned by the Kennedy family. That's the hotel Kennedy spent the night at 2 nights ago. Belongs to his family. A philanthropic society headed by a white man named Stephen Currier called all the top civil rights leaders together at the Carlisle Hotel and told them that by you all fighting each other, you're destroying the civil rights movement. And since you're fighting over money from white liberals, let us set up what's known as the Council for United Civil Rights Leadership. Let's form this council, and all the civil rights organizations will belong to it. And we'll use it for fundraising purposes. Let me show you how tricky the white man is. And as soon as they got it formed, they elected Whitney Young as the chairman. And who you think became the co-chairman? Stephen Currier, the white man. A millionaire. Powell was talking about it down at the Cobo today. This is what he was talking about. Powell knows it happened. Randolph knows it happened. Wilkins knows it happened. King knows it happened. Every one of that so-called Big Six. They know what happened. Once they formed it with the white man over it, he promised them and gave them $800,000 to split up between the Big Six, and told them that after the march was over, they'd give them $700,000 more. $1.5 million split up between leaders that you've been following, going to jail for, crying crocodile tears for, and they've nothing but Frank James and Jesse James and brothers. Soon as they got the setup organized, the white men made available to them top public relations experts. Opened the news media across the country at their disposal. And then they began to project these Big Six as the leaders of the march. Originally, they weren't even in the march. You was talking this march talk on Hastings Street. Is Hastings Street still here? On Hastings Street. You was talking the march talk on Lenox Avenue. And down on, Fillmore Street. And Central Avenue. And 42nd Street and 63rd Street. That's where the march talk was being talked. But the white man put the Big Six ahead of it, made them the march. They became the march. They took it over. And the first move they made after they took it over, they invited Walter Reuther, a white man, They invited a priest, a rabbi, and an old white preacher.
Y'all hear that? Total infiltration. Total infiltration to bring in and hijack where we live. Through activism and liberalism, they hijacked it. And now when you hear about civil rights, you hear about someone's sexual preference. Rusted, what's his name, Elder Lawya? Rusted who?
You talking about Bayard Rustin?
Bayard Rustin is all you hear because they use that as proxy to claim that someone's sexuality has an impact on who they are as an activist for our people now. It wasn't the fact that he was black. It was the fact that he was homosexual. Well, if you open that up that way and say, well, his sexuality had something to do with it, it wouldn't take anything for a white lesbian who was what? On the outside of us as far as activism goes, and a white homosexual who was outside of activism as far as our people go, and have them become integrated into our systems and leaders over our social programs. See that? Malcolm spoke about this.
Yes, an old white preacher. The same white element that put Kennedy in power labored the Catholics, the Jews, and liberal Protestants. Same clique that put Kennedy in power.
The same clique that put Kennedy in power, folks. He named him, he wrote it off. Had a hand in what? Misdirecting the whole civil rights movement to integrate it so that liberalism could come in and destroy our people. Right? What we have before you here. The Kabbalah, look at it. Historic symbol of control.
I'm going to step away just for 1 second.
Yeah, no problem, Elder. The Kabbalah, right? Let me go here. Right? Let me show it. The Kabbalah, structure of control. All the way from, as you can see, this is the Kabbalah, folks, which is the actual structure of what the Kabbalists use as a control mechanism and the symbol that came out of the tree of good and evil. At the top, you have the Canaanites, right? The Canaanites here, who end up integrating or bringing the tribe of Dan into their priesthood to destroy their own people, right? You see that? A Canaanite infiltration. Satan's seed. Baal worship. And then on the right side, you have the kings of Babylon, right? Right here. Then you got Pharaoh of Egypt working against the Hyksos, which were our people. Then you have all the way down the Roman Empire and the Judean Empire after the fall of Jerusalem, which was synagogue Satan that was actually infiltrated by who? You got it. The Edomites, who converted during the time of Hyrcanus. Right? Then you got in the center of it all who take their dark source and belief from all of these particular systems, the Canaanite system, the Vatican itself, the Roman Catholic Church. And then you got the Knights Templar, who are now who have hid themselves under new names, modern names like apologetics. Then you have the Khazars, the Romans who went into Khazaria during the 3rd century under the name of the Basilians, okay, who became the serpent people and eventually integrated into what we call today a different form of Judaism. These were Edomites who were called Basilians, who worshiped Satan outward, and eventually, between the 8th and the 11th century, converted into Judaism. Then you have what? The black nobility of Switzerland. Then you have the Grand Masters, Freemasons. You have also the Jesuits. The Jesuits is a spinoff out of the Knights Templar. And then they founded the New World Order, which is the Illuminati, 1776, under the Bavarian government. The Illuminati was formed. And out of that came what? Novus Ordo Seclorum, the New World Order, right? Now, I'm going to be talking about this and more, right, as we go deeper into bringing this together. As we come closer to the end, you're going to be hearing about how the Baal worshipers and all that are under one big political cabal against the children of Israel. Now, Elder Lawya, are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Now, before I go into some scriptures to resolve all of this, of what we've seen with Klaus, how they were seeking to destroy us by taking down the walls of segregation, only to infiltrate and destroy us. That's where regenerification really came from. When they came in to actually, with their plan, to assimilate us into the New World Order. We have to first discuss and understand, what is the New World when it says New World Order? Well, in order to understand that, we would have to understand what? The nuances of the old world. Right? The New World came out of what? The diaspora, when our people was what? Divided in 721 BC, when the Northern Kingdom and the North American Indians and others traveled over into new lands. And then later, our people were destroyed in Judea and ran into different parts of Africa. We ran into different parts of Spain, right? And we was conquered by the Edomite Christians as well as the Ishmaelite Muslims, right? So they found us in the New World, and needed to do what? There was a need for an order of the New World, because what? The Roman Empire already had the old world on lock. So when you hear the word New World Order, brothers and sisters, in a nutshell, they're telling you that they must consolidate and control the people of Israel who are scattered and eradicate them before the coming of the Messiah. The New World Order is taking control of the new world like they've already conquered the old world. It has everything to do with you and I, who are from the lost tribes of Israel. So when they say New World Order, a lot of people don't understand the optics of that. You don't understand what it is. All in all, you have to understand, well, who controlled the old world? And why would there be a need for a new world when they conquered the Americas, right? Amongst their so-called conquerors and others, they said that they found what, folks? The new world. And now they're looking to establish, after finding these people, a new world order. Well, who are these people they found? Right? The new world order is to actually do what? Find the children of Israel and overcome them before the second coming. I'm quantifying this for you. But what's tough about this, Elder Lawya, is the fact that we're not just fighting the enemy with the Democrat and Republican and all that who have always aligned themselves against us. We're fighting those within us. The biggest issue we have is the same issue Malcolm X pointed out, Martin Luther King pointed out, that the enemy is going to be the enemy. But why is there always someone amongst our own people seeking to help the other side destroy us? So, Elder Lawya, if you may, let's grab a few of those real quick.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the book of Maccabees, the first chapter, 1 and 10 first.
Yes, sir. Maccabees 1 and 10.
Now, why am I going to Maccabees 1 and 10? For those who missed it, just to give you a quick overview here, a synopsis here. For those who missed it, Donald Trump was just seen with this guy right here. He was just seen last week with that guy. Okay. Who is that guy you see before you? He is Mr. Klaus, the head of the Economic Forum. The head of the Economic Forum. You've seen him prominently during the time of what? During the time of the pandemic. Right? Shaping what? The politics, financially and otherwise, for the world to come. Knowing that eventually, after the reset, the whole world would be what? It would become angry and defiant based on the new policy coming directly out of Europe. He's a German. Okay? He's a German. Okay? Who is he? Klaus Schwab. Who said what? Eventually, that they have a plan to make sure that people have chips in their brain. Right? And then I brought up who? I brought up, after him, Carol Quigley, who said the liberals' agenda is to come into the community and dismantle communities where there's no difference between people, boys or girls. This was 1976. And in order to do so, they must tear down all religious institutions, right? You see what's going on right now? They must tear down any ghetto or ethnic things that individualize or separate us from the rest, which is our culture. They had to infiltrate and destroy from the inside. And then it gives full power to the corporations to destroy both sides. The liberal side that was set up to destroy communities, and the conservative side that was set up initially to fight government. So to what? Allow citizens to have finances for their families going forward. Well, the corporations would come in and bring order against both sides, Democrat and or Republican. And I'll play it later for those who missed it. All right. Now we're going to show you, according to the Bible, the agendas that they're pushing. And why are they pushing these particular policies or agendas on either side, Democrat or Republican? Well, it comes from an ideology, from a man called Antiochus Epiphanes. Right? Elder Lawya, if you will, and this is second century BC. Right? If you can, Elder Lawya, let's start at the 10th verse.
Yes, sir. First Maccabees 1 and 10. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been an hostage at Rome. And he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. In those days there went out of Israel wicked men.
They went out amongst our people, like Malcolm spoke of, during his time. Speaking of these so-called educated Negroes who use their education as a badge of honor, not to free their people, but to get along with those who've enslaved us in order to destroy our people, to look down on the uneducated. Right? Esau gets a master's degree and joined Harvard, and he used that education to do what? Empower and to keep his people in control. We get an education only to brag to other slaves that, yeah, master has accepted me into his house.
Mm-hmm.
And to only hold that as some type of leverage over the people, that we should use our education, that we should use our power to help set free. Help free the people, not align with the enemy who have destroyed our people. And that's why it says here, under Antiochus Epiphanes, in those days were there out of our people wicked men. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Read.
Who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow.
Listen, man, let's get down with the government and we can change them from the inside. See? Mm-hmm. You got to know how to play the game. That's what they'll tell you. When the game plays you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? See, that's the excuse they'll give to our people after they sell out. When they already have a mind to sell out. Well, when I get in there, we need somebody on the inside.
Right.
Right? 12th verse. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Verse 12. So this device pleased them well. Then certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king, who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen.
Who gave them license to do after the ordinance of the heathen. So when you agree with the heathen, as long as it's destroying our people, you get a free pass, right? If they're going to push drugs in your community, well, it got to be those who are aligned under the program to do the BS of the secret government. If some old fly-by-night guy come out and get on the corner and try to get some money, they're going to say, well, hold up. Which group is he a part of? Is he certified? He's getting in the way of our businessmen on the street. And then guess what? The DEA and others are come and take out the little guy who's disturbing the guy that's set up to destroy our community. So you think they're coming in to take the drugs out? No, the drugs will always be there, obviously. They're stepping in when someone think that you don't realize it's a monopoly here, that you have to play ball to be a part of that monopoly, even if it's street. If it's street business, it's still organized. It's called organized crime.
Mm-hmm.
Understand this. So if you're going to do wicked, you have to be a part of that cabal, of that Kabbalah I showed you about, that I broke it down for you. You have to be certified and have a license to operate. And then you know what? The police and others, they were like, we know who doing what, but guess what? We are told not to touch them. Now, how do you know the police? The police can be told not to touch something. Well, you see it right now. You got people that are operating in the country as illegal immigrants without papers, without visas or nothing, and the cops can't touch them. Right? So obviously, you can be given a license to do whatever you want to do if the government is using that to destabilize the new world. The new world is where the children of Israel were scattered. All right? Do after the heathen, come on.
14. Whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem.
Sports.
According to the customs of the heathen.
According to the customs of the heathen. What did Malcolm X break down? Well, if they could now bring in entertainers or athletes, these will become the new leaders controlled by Caesar, by the Edomite powers, by the liberals. who are destroying the communities. They don't need anyone that's politically inclined or believe in the Bible. They need what? They need respected followers. And as long as you follow the status quo, you have a license to do whatever you want. Why do you think, P. Diddy is getting so upset right now? Because he thought he was allowed to do what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
No one stopped him. I need y'all to think about that. I need y'all to think about that for a second. Somebody was telling him, don't worry about it. We'll take care of that. Just go ahead. Do what you do, man. Do what you do. We got your back. He got a license to do what he was doing to our people. See? It's a license. You can't go that long and do all that. So, but hold up. But if you refuse to play ball, that license can be revoked at any time.
Mm-hmm.
R. Kelly thought he had it made in the shade. He's like, well, okay, I'm going to just make sure they just turned 18 now. At least they're legal. Then he came and started talking about stuff like money, royalties, money for his children. He started talking about where's my catalog? And it was like, oh, we gave you a license to do whatever you wanted to do. We had a case where on paper you were married to a 15-year-old girl about 20, 30 years ago. You forgot about that? He said, he's like, well, hold up. That's been 20 years ago. No, we gave you license to do all that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to, we can call the media and pull this up like it just happened yesterday. What you want? We already got a blabbermouth online who would just totally use her mouth to destroy our own people. We'll just call up Tasha K, who never spoke a good thing about a man she have seen within this country who looks like her, and she'll utterly decimate you. And then we'll go get Oprah girlfriend to act as if she's on your side to utterly embarrass you before your people. What you want? See, you think you got it clean and all that, but no, they give you a license to roll to a degree where you think you're untouchable. Same thing I'm reading right here.
Mm-hmm.
See? Same thing I'm reading right here. Whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem according to the customs of the heathen. Right? Read.
And made themselves uncircumcised and forsook the holy covenant and joined themselves to the heathen and were sold to do mischief.
And made themselves uncircumcised. They started operating in the fashions and even in the customs of the Gentiles, right? Like you see, you got my man, who? Kanye West, who are running around, even though he believe in God, understand the Bible, and then he's running around and trying to say that, hold up, I'm the one who made skinny jeans famous. I made that a fad. He's bragging about some tight pants, feminizing boys. That feeds right into the liberal agenda where it says there'll be no difference between boys and girls. I'm going to play that a little later. See, they'll give you a license as long as it falls into the plans to destroy the children of righteousness. Read.
Jumping down to 41.
41, let's get it.
Verse 41.
41, hold on. Moreover,
King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all people, or that all should be one people.
That all should be one people. The liberal plan of Democrats is right here. I'm going to play it in a couple of seconds.
Mm-hmm.
They must destroy the walls of religion, of culture, of anything that separates us from the rest. So that at the end of the day, we should be what? One people. Why do you think after destroying the church, after the cough happened, you looked up and there was every religion every different religious persuasion in your neighborhood at once. Right? So to eventually have all people mix. And by mixing, you'll lose your culture, your tradition, what made us different, what made us special. Okay? In respect of, or in contrast of every other people, become diluted and or mixed out of existence. Think about what I'm telling you here. He says, moreover, King Antiochus wrote to the whole kingdom that all should be what?
All should be one people.
One people. I'm gonna bring in quickly in one moment. Read.
42. And everyone should leave his laws.
Everyone should leave his laws. You shouldn't follow the laws of God. This is where they got the New World Order from. Leave their own laws, right? And folks, let me tell you, it's to a point where other nations come in and do what? They integrate into us so to destroy the essence, the power of our culture. They integrate into us. Right? You'll see cats come up out of nowhere, untalented, no nothing like DJ Khaled. When years ago, it'd have been like, no, brother, we don't need no beats. Do you have Egyptian musk?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have Egyptian musk? That's what we need from you. We don't need you come in and misappropriating our culture.
Mm-hmm.
See, but the Bible tells you about this. Like, hold up, brother. What you selling prayer rugs around here? We don't need you in our culture.
Right.
And everyone should leave his law so that all the heathen agreed according to the king, the commandments of the king. Read.
And everyone should leave his law, so all the heathen agreed according to the commandment of the king.
Read.
Yea, many also of the Israelites consented.
Of who?
Many of the also of the Israelites.
Many of the Israelites, our people. Don't tell me Israelites isn't in the Bible. Many of the Israelites, let me put that up there. Many of the Israelites, go ahead.
Consented to his religion and sacrificed unto idols.
Sacrifice unto idols like our Christian churches today. These are Israelites in there acting a fool. Mm-hmm. You know, where you have a gay pastor who apparently showing himself as gay, coming up with these ridiculous sermons where he's sitting there talking about, well, let me see, I don't know about this creation thing, you know, where God decided man and woman. And couldn't he have thought about something in between? Who would have a sermon and say and question the power of God and whether or not he was right making male or female? That's the nonsense that have infiltrated the church to the degree where the church we used to know, fire and brimstone and fear of God, no longer exists. You may also, of the Israelites, consented to his religion and sacrificed unto idols and did what?
And profaned the Sabbath.
And profaned the Sabbath. Now, Elder Lawya, before we go, and I need to pull this up once more.
Mm-hmm.
Once more, and let's hear what Quigley said in 1976. In 1976, let's see what Quigley said would be the plan for the conservatives and the liberals once more. Right? And then we have to go into, well, what, now that we understand this, what can we do? Fair use. Carol Quigley, This is 1976. After they have accomplished killing the greatest civil rights leaders who have changed the world, right? And now they were seeking to implement their plan, the Antiochus Epiphanes plan. What's that? Fair use.
Operate in the area of...
Hold up, let me get it here. And I'm going to turn it up so you all can see it, and I'll put it on the closed caption. Right?
There is a basic assumption that only two kinds of interests or entities operate in the area of political action. That is, individuals and the government. There have been numerous books published with such titles as Man versus the State. I know two of those. They both appeared, I think, in 1906. We hear about big government as a threat to the individual, and so forth and so forth. Conservatives now are telling us that we must curtail government, cut government spending, cut government powers, reduce government personnel.
That's the Republicans.
For the sake of making individuals more free. Liberals, on the other hand, are still...
Liberals are Democrats. Liberals, on the other hand, well, what are their positions for the United States or the world?
Telling us, as they have for a long, long time, that in order to make individuals free, we must destroy communities.
We must destroy communities. This is the liberal agenda discussed. Folks, this came right after the civil rights movement. And believe it or not, this particular video is a video on what? The destructive spirit that came out of feminism. Because it really was what? A Trojan horse to destroy our family. They had to get white women in, gays in, and all that within our community to destabilize it for everything he's saying right here.
By communities, I mean villages, ghettos.
They must destroy communities, villages, ghettos,
and cities, ethnic groupings.
Ethnic groupings. Ethnic groupings, the place we get together culturally. We used to roller skate. We used to go to church together. We used to go to picnics. We used to go to family reunions. Remember all those things? Remember that? We used to play hopscotch outside. We used to go outside across the street and play football. Ethnic groupings. We used to put boom boxes out in the schoolyard and make our own concerts for free. Remember that? Everything they said they're going to do through Democrats, they have accomplished.
Religious groupings, anything which is segregated.
Anything that was segregated. That's right, folks. Desegregation is the new world order. We were integrated into an order to destroy us.
We must destroy them so that all individuals would be, if possible, identical.
So that all people can be identical. You cannot recognize any separation culturally, religiously, or otherwise. Was their plan?
Including boys and girls.
Including what? Including boys and girls. We must get in, destroy their ghettos, and you will not know the difference between their little sons and a little girl. We will switch it up. We'll destroy them at the root of their existence. will feminize the boys and will turn the girls masculine so to not either of them will hate one another and therefore no longer bring forth the children who will one day judge our children as the children of Israel. The Board Collective. Right on. You right on with that, cat. The Board Collective. Did y'all all know, folks, that that's an old philosophy that came out of Antiochus Epiphanes, the wicked one?
But the area of political action, and I won't draw it on here, but just assume a circle of political action in which you have government, individuals acting in there. But you also have at least two other groups, really three others, voluntary associations, which I'll say no more about, corporations, and communities. And if the liberals destroy communities for the sake of...
If the liberals destroy communities, folks, did y'all know the Democrats were set up to destroy our community? If the liberals destroy communities for the sake of what?
Individual, and the conservatives...
For the sake of individual. So if you try to attack someone who's operating immorally or point out their evil, they'll claim it's hate. Because that individual is offended under the guise of political correctness. So nix our history and culture. You must dismantle that because you have one person out of your community who's intersexual or whatever the case is and feel a certain type of way, feeling left out. So we must change instead of them repenting and changing. See that? So they'll choose individual causes over the community.
Destroy big government for the sake of individuals. You're going to have an area of political action in which irresponsible and immensely powerful corporations are engaged in opposition to individuals who are socially naked and indefenseless.
So now the corporations can come in and take over now and destroy either side. That's how they were seeking to dismantle America. And there's a book. Okay, folks, you know I'm going to be going over this book in the academy. It's two separate books. I got one coming now, but the other, The Anglo-American Establishment. The Anglo-American Establishment. Now, I'm going to be going over this. You got to get in the academy, but more understanding of what they seek to do in the future. And this book was published by Quigley in 1981. And it leads us to what? Last but not least, what my man, that's right, Klaus said, is the future for America, if you will. Let's play that again.
Advancing very fast. But can you imagine that in 10 years...
Now, this is the guy who was speaking to Biden and Kamala before the cold happened during the time of the election. Klaus, the World Economic Forum. So once they're able to destroy all communities and cultures, then what?
Very fast. But can you imagine that in 10 years when we are sitting here, we have an implant in our brains?
We have a what? Can you imagine in 10 years we're sitting here and we'll have an implant in our brains? What? What? Is this the next phase after transgenderism? After transgenderism is the next phase. What is this? Transhumanism?
that in 10 years when we are sitting here, we have an implant in our brains, and I can immediately feel, because you all will have implants, and we measure your brain waves, and I can immediately tell you how the people react, or I can feel how the people react.
He's talking about chipping people's brains. He was just with Kamala and Biden before the last election, and now conveniently, now that everyone have soured on them and are pro-Trump, last week we see him here.
Well, we've loved it. We think it's a great country, a beautiful country, and we have had a tremendous success.
Yeah, great success.
And this gentleman, as you know, he's done a great job. Thank you.
We've had great success. Folks, that was at the private meeting that used to be called the Bilderbergs last week. Aligning the next world plans, including America, with its next president. So this guy actually don't care about your political affiliation because the world powers operate and control either side. Now, where are we going? Let me tell you where it goes, Elder Lawya, and then I'm going to hand it to you. Anything you'd like to say based on a few things I've discussed earlier? This is where it goes. After dismantling our community, because we were the only real moral, rooted people in the earth left as a group. I'm going to show you where this is going now. After destroying so many of our people through the last event that led to everything shutting down, people getting used to not actually what? Being at an actual brick and mortar for work. Phase you into not conditioning you not to go to work so that one day when they close things down, there'll be no work to go to. At the same time, while doing this, opening up the borders with people who have already been destroyed, our people and others. Also using Chinese and others as mercenaries to come in along with the people who have suffered as a cover in our communities to take all the jobs that are left. And then the survival of the fittest, which means, what are you going to do if you're in the cold knocking on doors and no one is letting you in and there's no food? Crime. Crime. This summer is going to be a what? It's going to be a bloodbath. There's others that are saying that people are being let out of they're emptying their jails and bringing all of them, promising them finances to come over into these inner cities to destabilize us. Now, when the crime come on the scene, what is Trump right now running on? He's running on the fact that he's going to stop these migrants from overrunning the city and build the wall. We're going to build the wall, right? So now, it's convenient that a wall is built around America like it once was around Masada before the fall of 70 AD. At the same time, criminality is at its height to a degree where the guys he's standing, they know what happens when you put people crowded like animals into one area. When the cartels come to take corners and all that from our people who are suffering already on the corner when they shouldn't be there. Gang wars popping out. Then Donald Trump must now maintain order. He must maintain order with the military, but not just any military. Because there's no enrollments, the enrollments are down in the military, especially after what happened. Especially after what happened with the pandemic. Many people had to leave the military, and many aren't enrolling. But the Chinese and others, they said, are coming over now. And the Senate and others are saying, well, it's a breach of security if we don't have our defenses secured And if we can swear these people in and make them citizens immediately to protect the integrity of our government, we must enroll some of these people if they're willing to fight for America. Now we have mercenaries almost in our military at the same time the borders are closed. Folks, what we're talking about, right? This administration that comes next will be in essence the years of Vespasian and Titus. And when we shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, that means you look up and there's no physical representation of your people in authoritative positions. When you look at the police and you're looking at Chinatown, when you're looking at the police and these people aren't speaking your language, know that that's the sign. When the majority of the authority who are armed have no vested interest in you because they don't know you, understand what 70 AD looks like in what? In our modern times. For the people who don't want to listen, the Most High is saying, for our people, even the Gentiles, repent. Because we're going to have to make a separation, even if it's those that are in our family, for those who've been working against our interest. And I'm speaking of our moral interest. As people are operating outside of God, it doesn't matter how close they are, whether or not they are blood. If you don't believe what I believe, you're going to be a ticking time bomb to destroy us inwardly when they come with the next crisis or event. So it's time for us to start separating ourselves from people that's even close to us who are anti-God, anti-Christ, anti-law. And this is to be continued. Elder Lawya, what say you?
Yes, sir. I just want to quickly touch on the point you were bringing out earlier, dealing with basically globalism and multiculturalism and things of that nature.
Okay.
We've been so brainwashed in this time that to hear the opposite of globalism, multiculturalism, i.e., all nations coming together under one banner, no borders, no separate cultures, no separate religions, no separate ideologies, just one ball of basically confusion. With all nations coming together, some people may ask, well, what is wrong with all nations coming together and unifying under one belief system, under no borders, under one culture? Wouldn't that eliminate the issues that we have based on our differences? And the answer to that is this. After the Tower of Babel, and this is whether you believe the story or not, according to the Bible, we have the story of the Tower of Babel. After that event took place, it was never meant for all nations, families, kindreds, and tongues to reunify and come back together under one umbrella, at least on this side of the earth. Because when it first happened, all nations unified, all nations, all kindreds, all tongues unified together. They came together with the sole purpose or the unified purpose to actually fight in war against God. So when we see that playing out and everything we've been seeing in basically the past century has been progressing towards this one plan to bring everything together under one global system. As the title states, a one world order or a new world order. When all of this has been coming together and we see all the propaganda and all the things that have been pushed before us through television, through politics, through just different forms of media, pushing this idea that because we have differences, this is why we have wars and this, that, and the third, and we need to unify. We need to be one. We need to come back together. And this is the best thing, or this is the solution for that. What Klaus Schwab is talking about, and others are talking about within these different think tanks. We have to realize that in this particular time, on this side of the earth, it is not meant for all nations to be together under one culture, one ideology. The only time that that's ever going to work is under the authority of Christ.
Exactly.
That's the only time it's ever going to work. And with that, I yield.
Exactly. So, Elder Lawya, I need to go to one thing because this is where we are now. We're at the end of that plan that Klaus was talking about, as well as Carol Quigley, right? So this is where we are now, Elder Lawya. You remember when they started going after Trump years ago, and they was using only black politicians or DAs to actually prosecute him or to bring up charges? And what did I say on the Wednesday broadcast? I'm like, why conveniently they're using our people to come against Trump? Why white people aren't emboldening themselves to become the DAs and others to have a front, have a face on destroying Trump? And here's the reason why. It's time for them to throw, listen to me clearly, it's time for them to throw the Benedict Arnolds, those who oppose their own people, back into the fray with the rest of our people they dislike. If you'll betray your own people politically, what you think the enemy and those amongst you are going to trust you? So what's going on now? The prosecutor, whom the Democrats so-called utilize to actually come against Trump, well, they're under trial now. You know, didn't I tell you?
Right.
I told everyone when it happened.
Right.
I said, listen, you have to look at the fact that the only people that are seeking to come after Trump publicly are our people. This is a setup. And they're too simple-minded to understand when they're being used as patsies. So what's going to happen? You got it. They're going to totally get totally excoriated publicly and embarrassed before the world. And they'll be thrown back into what? The neighborhoods they came out of, amongst the same people they've betrayed. That's right, folks. Speaking of those same spirits, those same wicked people that was during Antiochus Epiphanes. And guess what, folks? They're doing it listen, right now they're cleaning house. The inclusion and diversity for our people has ended. If you have a high position in God, it's strictly because you were gay and black and you had high prestigious professional positions in colleges and was used to radicalize your own people and demoralize your own people through what? That satanic college indoctrination. They're taking your positions. Anyone who had a job strictly because you were gay and black, they're throwing you back into the pool of your own people. They're done with you politically because you've already have betrayed the people to a degree where guess what? There's no substance left. There's no constituency left for you to actually have a position of control amongst policy. You help get rid of your own people. So therefore, there's no need for you in a democracy because you no longer have a constituency. See? If you don't have the people, then the people don't need representation. Folks, man, what a deal. And I told y'all a long time ago that eventually they're going to turn around. Roland Martin and all these others out there who have always been towing the company line, they're going to throw all of them back into a pool and say, listen, you're worse than the people you betrayed. I can't trust you amongst us after for years you have betrayed your own people. See, they can't put that on Barack Obama because Barack Obama, according to the history of where he came from, really isn't what you would call foundational. He wasn't born here in America. His family don't have a line of chattel slavery and served slavery in America, so he's not included in any of this. But the people who suffered what we suffered and would betray his people politically, you think Trump and others are going to trust you when you betrayed your own people? That's right, folks. Massa is closing the plantation door on you and saying, get out there in the field with your people. You'll be like, well, you're going to be like, well, hold up. I'm diverse. I'm intersexual. They be like, we don't care about none of that. We just use that to demoralize and destroy you and your people. We were never for you. We were for you standing with us against your own community. But there is no community. Look up. Look up. The borders have been open and the replacements are knocking on your door. Huh? And that's what you see right now. What you see right now, every time you turn on YouTube, you see another TD Jakes hit. You see another P. Diddy hit. Every time you come up, somebody else talking about P. Diddy and all that. What you're seeing right now is all those who were utilized to harm our people thrown back into the fray with the rest of their people. And don't forget, overnight, within 24 hours of them dropping some dirt on P. Diddy, folks. Think about that. Overnight, there was a check cut for like $10 to $30 million that his family will never see, his children will never see. I need y'all to think about that. And folks, think about this, folks. All those who sold us out working in the corporate offices, under feminism and all these others working against their own interest. They're doing, guess what? They're firing all of our people who are in position, operating with, that's right, slave master and choosing him over the man. All those jobs will be what? Controlled through AI going forward. There'll be no need for someone answering the phone and all these others. They're throwing all the corporate betrayers. They're throwing all the corporate betrayers of their people back into the fray with their people. That's where it's going. That's where it's going, folks.
Make it a double. Who are you talking to?
That's where it's going. All those cushy corporate jobs. And folks, Elder Lawya, it's deep how they did this. Because think about all those who have degrees and all that with no job anywhere that could ever settle all of that debt. Debt slaves.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it's going. And folks, we pulled out the information on that years ago in the academy, where what? People are going to have to work off their debt in camps. Yeah, we're going to pay you money, but you got to work off that debt. They're not going to call it camps because it's going to be loose where you can go in and out sometimes. But that debt, why do you think Biden say he's not going to relieve debt? Oh, no, we tried to do it, but the Republicans, they stood up against it. Oh, but you can have $300 billion for illegal immigrants under the guise of asylum? They can forgive your debts overnight if they wanted to. And then another thing, they flipping everything. Courts, when it comes to the courts. Now they're looking to put in the law that before a man can put his name on a birth certificate, that's right, DNA must be proven that the child is theirs. And that will be attached to, and if the money comes, it's not going to come directly to the person. It must go through the government first in case there's arrears that belongs to the government first, when really That's right. The recipients of child support will only get 10 to 15 to 25% of any money coming through the courts. And on top of that, the so-called asylum seekers or illegal immigrants and those who identify as LGBTQ will now be first in line for housing. Here we go. Here we go. So what are we going to do? Elder Lawya, just for the sake of, before I bring people in on, if someone asks you, based on everything I've just dropped that's coming, and it's coming, there's not too many things that we've dropped because everything we've dropped comes out of the Bible concerning where the world is going. If someone came to you and say, man, I believed in this country, but this country that I believed in no longer exists, Elder Lawya, what should I do? Huh? What would you tell them?
It's a very good question. I'm going to yield. I'm going to yield to your answer.
My answer is repent and be baptized. Okay. In the name.
Right.
In the name of Christ. Put off your sin and get on the right side of judgment, because judgment is literally knocking on your door.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
All right.
Yes, sir.
There it is. Let me open up the 515-605-9327. We're going to try this. Elder Lawya, we're going to have an early night tonight. I wanted to show people the divisive politics and policy of the New World Order and the fact that you can't trust either side. It's Esau against Jacob. And even Esdras asked, well, how long will this be? And the Most High came back to Esdras and says, well, we're between the hand and the heel. When Jacob took hold of Esau's heel, well, folks, we were pulling Esau down, even when he was coming out of our mother's belly. Our mother's womb. Okay? We were pulling them down. Right? So we're between the hand and the heel. And we started pulling them down, not intentionally, but by us beginning to follow the law, their empire began to crumble. So they began to initiate those who would be willing to betray us into their politics to destroy us inwardly. Only long enough to destabilize us. And now that they've regentified everything, there's no need. There's no need for the betrayers anymore. There's no need for those who have actually, folks, politically aligned themselves against their own people. You're going to see all these so-called politicians exposed. All of them. And folks, I said this, and listen to me good. Keep your ear to the ground. Keep your eyes out there. If they say that the next big disease or something out there came out of Africa. If they begin, if it's not China, and they say it came out of Africa, just understand what that means. Just say hypothetically that the next one come that leads to a crisis and shutting everything down or whatever the case is Africa. What would that mean for our people in Africa? Because it was already seeded for us to believe that all diseases come out of Africa, which is straight nonsense. Okay, it's already seeded. They're already making you believe that everybody in Africa is dying of malaria or anything else. When if you ever been to Africa, you'll realize none of that is the way it's being propped up and reported over here in the Western world. Okay? It's a way in which you can control the comings and goings of a particular country. That's what it is, a form of control. Because at any time, if something happens and there's a threat that comes out of the country, don't forget it was Trump who said what? It was Trump who said, we cannot let any planes land here from China. China cannot land any planes over here until we get this thing working. Remember that? No planes from China. Remember that? Well, suppose it switched to Africa. Now no one can claim it's racism because Trump did the same thing to protect Americans when he thought something came over from Wuhan. Remember, you heard it here first. And then we can discuss what that means for our people in Africa, which is really the last battleground before the coming of our Lord and Savior, outside of the war with Iran that's actually happening right now. All right? So I'm going to digress on that. I'm going to open up the lines, 515-605-9327. All right, let me call in. Everything they said they would do, they would use the liberals to destroy us. Man, they're right on schedule. 1 second. It is. All right, 1 second. Blog Talk Calling. Let me get it here. If you have anything to say, here's your time. Call in. Add participants. All right, let me do it this way.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
All right.
Unmuted.
Okay, we're unmuted. 515-605-9327 for all who would like to talk about this. And hey, our people finally started to understand that the politics have always been been utilized against us. And we're finally asking for what Martin Luther King said our people needed before his death, and that's reparations. But it's too late. They'd rather give the money to the war over in Israel, to Ukrainians, to so-called asylum seekers. So they have the money, but guess what? They'll never have our people get self-empowered through reparations, because through money, there's what? Maneuverability. You can maneuver. You can have upward mobility if you got money. Okay, and they want us like sitting ducks. So the only refuge is to come under what? A moral code, one amongst each other, because we'll need each other. And here's the reality, folks. The kingdom is for a few. Let's deal with the reality that the majority of the people aren't going to make it.
Right.
Just adjust yourself to the reality of that. Okay? And it tell you that the kingdom is like, it's like a very narrow path that only one man can walk it at a time. Fire on one side, water on the other. So hey, you have to make sure you make it. So let alone feel sorry about people who don't care about God at all, and who's just trying to hold on to you as an anchor while not doing anything. They want to be there at the finish line so that you can pull them through. Well, it doesn't work like that. So adjust your spirit to understand. So listen, when I'm at the Passover, when I'm at the Sabbath, when I'm amongst my people, I can understand when Christ said, that's my mother, that's my sister, that's my brother, those that do the will of the Father. Because you have people that are of your own ilk, your own blood, who will sell you out in a minute. And the example we seen was during the so-called pandemic, when your own loved ones became an enemy based on the fact that you wanted to make a decision that was right for you outside of the of what you would call the Borg thought, outside of the unified thought. Because you wanted to make a decision for yourself separately, you were deemed an enemy. Just remember that. Shamawala has a question. Shalom.
Shalom, Elder. My question is, so what kind of advice would you give to those brothers and sisters that are in the inner cities right now, to better protect them with the times that are ahead?
What are you asking in specific? Are you asking general, or do you have an idea? Because I can give you a general. The general answer to that is generally is the fact that we've been saying for years. Make sure you have what? Make sure you have extra food, extra water, grain, whatever the case is. So if an emergency break out, you won't be out in the streets seeking something for your family. At that point, it buys you time to maneuver where you'll need to be safely. That's on one level if you're still here. Right? The next thing is get with the local congregation, because we have a crisis protocol to where if something do break down, we have officers that can get to you. And if something is going on in your area, you could be maneuvered or moved into a place of safety outside of the crisis areas. So usually if you're in the church, you already have these protocols. Make sure you go to the Sabbath, make sure you link with the church, and make sure you're following God's law when you're not amongst the church. When you're persecuted in one city, you flee into the next. You do what's right by making sure your family is on code. If there's anyone in your home doing against God, I don't care how close they are, they have to go. That's the person that's going to let the enemy in to destroy everyone. That's it.
That's what I was looking for. Just a general scoop of things. And I have another question as far as Second Esdras 1672 and 73, I believe, is where can we say that, like, with what is going forward, is this is that trial that we're gonna all face, is where we're gonna be kicked out of our homes to know whether or not we are the true servants of the Most High.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It says you're going to be kicked out of your homes, be like pilgrims in that day. And it says, guess what? At that time, it'll be known who's God's people, because when they begin to press our people in the neighborhoods who are on assistance programs, it's going to come with a solution. They're going to have a choice to stay, but they're going to have to now comply with the next order of what you would call the financial system. If you're going to receive anything from government, you're going to have to be chipped. So it's not as if they're not just going to kick you out. They're going to give you an option. The option is you fall under our program to make sure that you follow all the medical protocols for you and your children in order to continue to receive subsidies and housing. And as part of that, especially when they take money out of the system, you're going to have to comply with the next spending system. That's why they went from food stamps and money to access cards, conditioning people for the next phase, which Klaus said, the chips in your brain or in your hand, Revelation 13th chapter. So at that time, if you'd rather choose God and not be inseminated with Satan's chip, than to make that choice. Because if you choose God, guess what? If he can make sure the birds have a place to live every day, if he makes sure the birds are fed every day, how much more will he feed you, ye of little faith? That's what Christ said. Christ understood that the whole earth belonged to him. He didn't have a personal house. He didn't have anything, but guess what? Everything he needed, he had access to immediately. When it was time to travel, it wasn't no planes during Christ's time. But guess what? He had the best ships, right? He told Peter, take down your net. I'll make you fishers of men. And at that time, folks, a ship was equivalent to a luxury jet, because there weren't planes back then. So now, out of nowhere, for converting some men, he has now one of the best ships known to man built so that he can travel around the whole earth, spreading the gospel, spreading the truth concerning the ministry. So now, out of nowhere, Christ is chilling in a ship he didn't even pay for. Rolling around teaching the gospel. He understood that the earth belonged to him. As long as you have access to it, who cares whether or not your name is on it? And so when that scenario is, you're faced with that, you're going to be faced with faith to know that the Most High have a place for you, or unbelief and become fearful, where if you choose to stay in that house that you choose to stay in will become your grave. It'll become your tomb. And the Most High says he put up the task, he give the task to the wicked to store up for the righteous in the day of tribulation, in the day of trouble. So somewhere you got some people out there that are doing what? Preparing, prepping, and all of that. And they're not even going to be able to eat the food in there because the Most High may have it for someone of the elect who may just knock on the door and it opens, and everything you left from a house believing that the Most High that everyone forsook you. And then you knocked on a door and it had everything you needed in that house. But do you got enough faith to get to that point? Well, that starts with the faith you exercise now.
Right.
You got it?
And I think that, Elder, that, the first point matched up exactly with the second point, is like what we do now to prepare our minds, our bodies, our spirits to go the further, to have that faith and those works of obedience, is what is going to be the key role in us succeeding through whatever the inner cities may face, whatever outside of the inner cities may face, and just what we go through on a week to week, from Sabbath to Sabbath, holy day to holy day struggle, to be able to boister us against what's coming. And, I just want to give you double honors.
Well, brother, all praises be to the Most High. But I would like to tell you this. When everything shut down, that was a test. That was a test between believers and non-believers. And the elite powers were looking at it. Who are those who believe in Christ and are not the fearful? Because they have no control over those who don't fear them. And for all those who failed that test, that was a sign for us. We were to look at them and understand where they stood. So you got what? You got the darkness looking in, right? Which is the Illuminati and all the dark forces under Satan who's looking at the world. And you got the children of light, who are the children of Israel, who can see through the Spirit and understand Christ, who are looking at the same world. And what's happening, this is what's going on, brother. When you see people who failed that first test, that was a sign to you. These were the fearful who may fail the next test. And that's if they lived through the first one. So it's upon us to look at and understand the greatest enemy are those who fear without faith. It doesn't matter. Right now, brother, you got control over your household. Make sure your house is good and your children are good. Right? But all the others who are in the world and think of the world, they're going to choose the world and become what? They will become agents of the world against all that's right. And we seen that when they shut everything down, and all these people who were trying to claim before the world, fronting as if they knew everything, was scared out of their shoes. And I looked at that. I seen some people who thought to be tough and all of that. And no sooner things shut down, they was afraid of something they couldn't see. But yet these same people have no fear of God. You can't see God. You had more fear of a cold you can't see than the God you can't see. But yet you're beholding his glory and power, majesty, and creation on a daily basis. So, brother, it's time to lock down with the faith of Christ and focus on your family and those who see as you. Right? You got it? My brother.
Absolutely.
Great job. My brother.
Elder.
Right.
I just want to say, I thank you for leading me and guiding me through that period and that time as a new as a new soul into this wisdom, into this knowledge of Yeshaya and Ahaya, you know, and all I can do is continue to be grateful. That's it, and walk this path with no fear and striving every day to keep the commandments that the Most High put before me.
Hey, brother, here's the reality, and I'm going to say this, and thank you, brother, for standing in the truth. Not too many people hear the word and do the word. So at the end of the day, brother, I like to thank you. But the other thing, brother, I need you to realize, all right, it's going to be tough. It isn't going to be easy. But I need you to understand the elite have to plan like this and operate like this based on what? Don't forget, we have nothing. So obviously they understand something that's in us, right? Think about this. They're doing all this, brother, because they fear you. And it's not a carnal fear. They understand the bloodline of royalty, the bloodline of Israel pumps through your veins. And one day, what comes from you will rule according to prophecy. They fear you, my brother, because they cannot stop the prophecy. Okay? So the only thing you have to do is stand. Be courageous. Teach your family what's right. And make it to the finish line. That's all you have to do. Ye that endure unto the end, the same shall be saved, brother. And we're this close. Bless you.
Bless you. Thank you, Elder.
My brother. Shalom. We have Angie has a comment, and we will break down early tonight. All right. When we have lessons and teachings that resonate with certain information, I would like y'all to sit back and you know that old word, have you marinating in a little bit. No overkill. Just have you marinate. Look at these videos, look at the topic, and break it down, because there's so much meat in such a short period of time that we do with the lessons. And I don't want any overkill here. So I want y'all to be able to take these videos. If you can, download the videos and look back and say, man, elders in them was talking about this. Here we are. This is what we do now. Okay? 904 area code. And I want to see y'all in that academy this weekend. Come on, historytimes.org. Angie, how are you, Angie?
I'm fine, Elder. Shalom.
Shalom.
All praises to the Most High.
Talk to me.
Yes. I won't be long. I just wanted to say that lately I've been listening to a lot of things going on in Africa.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things happening globally, but the Africans are now standing up for their right to be fairly treated on the global stage. And there's a couple of countries in Africa that are coming together and uniting and going against their oppressors. And they're demanding that they stop taking their resources and not giving them their fair share, which they have halted a lot of things that the Europeans were doing in Africa. As far as France, they kicked out France, and this is in Burkina Faso. There's a young gentleman called Ibrahim Traore. He's very young, and he has taken over Burkina Faso and is making waves on the international stage. And I just know that when you said it will all go back to Africa, and I think it's a very important thing that's happening globally in the world right now in Africa. I don't know if you guys know about that.
Well, sister, I'm keeping my eye on Africa. Like I said, that will be the last battleground. But believe it or not, while they're seeking to destroy the inner cities, is because, don't forget, it wasn't Africa who woke us up. We woke Africa up. So there's a leadership component that was inherently made out of those who went through slavery. Because don't forget, it was the rebellious that our brothers, the government and kings of our governments in Africa, it was the rebellious ones that they sought to ship off and sell to the Europeans.
Right.
And that spirit of rebellion turned into prophets that they deemed, and that we would one day use that strength that can only be made by a people who've gone through what we've gone through to help save our people. So the whole deal is they know that to actually feed the rest of the earth, they'll need to take the resources of Africa based on this new, what you would call, what they call that, global warming or climate change politics, right? So it's a lot of untapped resources that will be utilized to actually help the rest of the earth that our brothers and sisters are sitting on. And the whole deal is, and I'm gonna tell you, eventually we're all gonna be, they're gonna come against Africa, and the Nile River is gonna draw up, and a lot of people are gonna walk into northern Africa near the Red Sea. Also, what's gonna happen is there's gonna be a war. That's why China and them is over there right now. Okay, like they're coming over here.
Yes.
And really, this Chinese military is there already. This is the last war.
Right.
This is the Valley of Jehoshaphat in the last war against the children of Israel. But many of us are going to, aren't going to make it, but a lot of us will. Right?
Yeah, it's like it's like there's pieces on a chessboard, they're positioning themselves.
Yeah, but
over the globe.
But let me talk about this. Just like we have sellouts that are amongst us here politically who've sold us out, who's now being thrown back into the pool with their people, we have the same issue with our brothers and sisters, some of them in Africa. And I'm going to talk about that next week. You got a lot of people in Africa, instead of welcoming us. Now, I've had nothing but welcome and respect amongst the brothers and sisters over in Africa. We even have churches there. But also there's a segment of our people who seek to exploit us that we need to point out so that we can actually survive together through this. And to point out those point out those who are a cancer amongst us, even in Africa. If they're dealing with Islam, if they're dealing with modern day Christianity, they're dealing with voodoo and witchcraft, African spirituality and all that, we need to move them. They can have Umar Johnson lead them into hell. Okay? So the whole deal is this is a spiritual movement against the children of Israel, and only our people who can see forward right according to Christ can make it. So it's time to delineate and make sure we point out those over in Africa, who may sell us out also. Right. So I'm going to talk about that next. I got a video I'm going to show next Wednesday on that, because we got a lot of our brothers and sisters going into Africa, going there to appreciate Africa, to say, listen, they're overwhelmed with actually being accepted or going back to what they deem as a motherland, and only to get, a lot of them are getting hustled. A lot of them are getting bad lease drew up, and people are actually taking their houses after they invest all the money they had left to retire in Africa. And I'm hearing these stories. And you got even people, gangs setting up our brothers and sisters. You have to realize when they go over there, there's all types of little gangs and all that come from different Arab countries that are coming over Africa with a lot of these scams, and are luring our people into remote areas and dealing and harming them because they think negative of those our people who are in America, based on the image that America have portrayed on us internationally. So we have to talk about that too. There's sellouts everywhere. Okay?
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to say I'm in the academy, my daughter and I, and it's probably our 9th academy.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to give a shout out to the Orlando body. Those elders over there in Orlando are awesome. The whole congregation makes us feel at home. We feel like brothers and sisters, and I just really had to give a shout out to them.
All praises.
In Orlando.
Well, thank you,
yes,
sister.
And thank you and Elder Lawya so much, and the whole entire GOCC body. Thank you guys so
Well,
much.
we thank you,
We
sister.
really
It's,
appreciate it.
listen, it's a blessing to have you and your family a part of the body, and it's no better place to be right now, and I'll tell you. All
Yes,
praises.
I feel like this is a spiritual. I feel like this is a spiritual arc that we're on.
Yes.
You know.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much, and I yield with that.
All right. Thank you, sister.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And I'm saying that because, listen, we all know that there's scammers all in our community, right? We've seen the African scammers in our community. We've seen our people using Africa as a scam in our community. Well, it doesn't stop just in our community. You got a lot of these scammers in Africa. Don't forget, a lot of them are suffering and feel that, you know, they justify their actions. Why? Because they say, listen, y'all have it anyway. So if they take it, they feel justified based on the colonialism and the taking down of their country by so-called Europeans or Americans. So sometimes they target Americans and feel justifiably so against Americans, even if they look like them. And that's something that isn't pointed out. Sometimes we glorify or sensationalize Africa, but there's a very negative element that must get stomped out, okay, that we must what? That we must become aware of, okay? Now, the people I've met there, usually it's because of what I believe in and the fact they know us. Obviously, there's a certain segment of Africa who don't believe that, and they've come into the word itself. So I don't experience that, but if you go amongst the regular old markets and all these others, hey, watch out. Lynn has a comment, 540 area code.
How y'all doing today, brother?
I'm doing well, Lynn. How are you, sir?
Oh, well, you know, I'm appreciative that I caught this broadcast, and I can see that the Most High is pouring out the spirit of truth on us, because I can see that we're sharing some real information that needs to be put out there, and you did a great job today, brother. Y'all did a great job, and I appreciate and love y'all, man, because I'm telling you, this is exactly what we need to be talking about. And I was going to ask if I can use this video. My name is Indigenous Black Man on YouTube, and I talk about these things myself.
Yeah.
And I don't want to go too far into that, but I just wanted to get permission to use this because that video reminds me of the Lee Atwater video that we talked about before. And I told you where Lee Atwater was saying, you know, first you start off with the N-word, the N-word, the N-word. Then you can't say the N-word no more. So you say states' rights, busing rights, or you know, just, and you get so abstract that you're just using, you know, vague terms. But what you're really saying is that blacks get hurt worse than whites, and that's an audio that's on YouTube that you can look up, the Lee Atwater audio. That's Reagan's campaign manager. But I want to say reset or reconstruction. What are we talking about here? We're talking about the means to do over, right?
This is the same thing, brother.
Reconstruction.
Yeah, this is the modern day reconstruction. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yes. And is gentrification really segregation evolved? We got to deal with the Davos when you showed the video of Klaus Schwab. That's with the World Economic Forum, and and Donald Trump. And Bill Gates is a part of that. You know, he is through his philanthropy, he controls the CDC and the World Health Organization, farmland, you know, and pharma. And then when you were talking about the chip in your head,
yeah,
that is called Neuralink, and that's by Elon Musk. All right, and he's involved in AI, robots, and SpaceX and Tesla, and you know, social media, buying social media up. But and we also have to remember that you have to have control of the money before you can control your new world order. It's further widening the gap between us and them and make us more reliant on them, so much so that we have no other choice but to do as told. And we're looking at, you know, dealing with BRICS, you know. And then division is an age-old weapon used like the lines on a map. But when you showed that graph that showed the Illuminati thing,
yeah,
there was a bar down at the end that said 1913 Federal Reserve.
Yes.
Right? And that is Woodrow Wilson and the Jekyll Island meeting that created the Federal Reserve in 1913, when Woodrow Wilson allowed the bankers to take over. And then also, when you were talking about disease X, that is dealing with gain of function, where they were manipulating these viruses in a lab to make them 10 to 15 to 20 more percent more, contagious than the coronavirus of today. And that's why they're calling it, disease X. Just like Bill Gates said in 2015, it's not if, it's when we have the next pandemic. And then all of a sudden we had one.
Interesting.
History repeating itself, brother. And I appreciate and love y'all.
Brother, I
I'm telling
appreciate you, man. You're much knowledgeable. And yes, 100%. You have my permission to utilize this video to help as many people as possible. You have my permission.
I thank you. Thank you, brother. Love y'all and love everybody. And like I said, keep up the great work, man. I appreciate you. And I'm going to keep on watching because I can't learn. How can I learn without the preacher? Because I'm not a preacher so that's why I watch you, brother. And you're always an inspiration. So I thank and love y'all. Peace.
Hey, my love is to you. Our love is the work, and just do it with us, brother. Let's do it together. So take this video, do your job. Get her done.
Thank you, brother.
All right, bless you.
Thank you. I appreciate
All
you.
right.
All right, bye.
It's good to hear the wisdom of our people. You could tell this brother is very, very, very learned. He's seriously read and very learned. He's up there, learned, and I appreciate him. Right? Atwood, I'm going to look into that audio. It's deep that they were talking about how they was going to use the liberals or the Democrats to actually destroy our people, to destroy our community. That's what the Democrats' agendas are. That's what their agendas are, to destroy church, any community, anything we have to call our own, they were seeking to destroy, right? We had family reunions, right? We had cookouts, block parties. Folks, you can't find that in any other community like it was in ours, right? I'm going to tell you, they wanted to destroy what made us special. And this is why I'm not paying no attention to that clown they put out there, that mascot, Nas X, as everything he do is strictly to mock the Bible of God in Christ. And they want people to pay attention to him. And guess what? I just pray for the brother because he's nothing more than a victim. Okay? He's an outright abused, and it's a shame. He's a defeated man. And this is why they want to keep putting that image out there to say, look what we have done to the tribe of Judah. That's why they parade him out there like that, so that they can mock our God and mock our people. And you know what? You notice it isn't getting any traction, right? Because it's obvious that it's not about the artistic value of music. It's to actually undermine the culture of music. And what makes us special, what makes us different than anyone else is that music, that artistic value that came out of chattel slavery. And the liberals even seeking to dismantle that. 720 area code.
Hi.
Hi, Gloria.
Hey, Elder. I am in 100% agreement. I am so thankful to be able to have heard and been on the program, like the young man that was saying earlier.
Yeah.
I can't say enough. I'm going to be quick as I possibly can because, like you said, there are certain subjects that you just want to climb into and stay there for a little while. And like you said, I think you said savor.
Yeah, let it
savor
marinate a little bit. There it is.
there we go.
Marination.
Yeah, there we go.
But come on.
Yeah. But you know, the thing that came to my mind when you were to want to just speak on is the priority list, the way that Ahaya has kind of laid it out and how he's leading and guiding me. And I hope that it's something that can be useful to others. And one of the biggest things for me has been being able to make sure that hearing from Ahaya is very clear, whether it be through just the calls or the dreams or the visions. But there's a lot of activity going on in the spirit realm right now.
That's true.
And I know that as the Lord is calling us together in the way that he is, that call and that priority of knowing, one, when we call on the Lord, two, how to get still and listen. Even if we're not still, we need to be able to hear him very clearly, because the instructions that we get are oftentimes right now coming from him in a different way. It ain't that way it used to be. It's real preparation. It's real warfare and getting ready to do what it is that we have to do. And then making sure that voice can get through and the noise is not so loud. So in other words, what is the Lord saying right now? If he's saying go left, go left. If he's saying go right, go right. But hearing from Ahaya in every sense is a top priority, is in the way that he's laying that out for me. And then taking note of all the wisdom, as this being in this lesson on Wednesday nights, being available into the bodies. If the Lord says to move and transition yourself, there are some major movements that the Lord is putting in the lives of people. And I can speak as a witness for myself that if we are not hearing from him and we are not doing the things that he's telling us to do, we will wind up on the short end of the stick. And this is not the time to play with any of those kinds of conversations. And then knowing our brothers and sisters in the body, the divine appointments that the Lord is setting in order, valuing those relationships, because no one is an island, and we do need each other. And so those were the things that the Lord has awakened me to make sure that they are the top priority, hearing from him, knowing what it is that he's saying, and being quick and making it urgent to know that if he says to do something, do it. Don't sit on it. I've failed in the past to do that as well. And I'm so proud to say that Judah is awakening and speaking. And I hear the prophecy as you were speaking tonight. I hear the prophecy. Judah is speaking, and people, the awakening of the world that they have been waiting on. When we awaken, and I was blessed to talk to a lady who didn't know that she was of the tribe of Naphtali. And we were just talking in the doctor's office, and you should have seen her light up. And I told her, I says, now you go. She says, listen, she says, this is something that is very valuable to me. But she awakened very quickly, and she began to show the interest that she needed to seek out and understand from the biblical perspective who her existence was. She talked about being someone who was adopted. I said, but listen, you've got a heritage. You've got a spiritual heritage, and you need to understand that supersedes what it is that you might have been hurt in.
Well, sister,
so anyway, I don't want to get
no, I got it. Listen, I want to get straight to it. I don't want you to go too far, because you really hit it out of the park, sister. And I thank you for all your revelation, what you're seeing. And it really come down to, when we get to that time through the Holy Spirit, we have to trust our conscience and know that the Most High is with us. So in a nutshell, I'm listening to you. And it's going to come a time where the Most High say, go this way, and you're going to have to trust in faith that it's the Holy Spirit guiding us,
yes, sir,
out of what's coming, out of destruction. So we have to get in tune. But in order to do that, we must be rooted in the Spirit and learn how to operate, hearing the Most High when it comes to our daily walk. So, sister, I'm with you. That's being led through the Holy Spirit. I hear that, sister. Bless you.
Thank you.
You're right. You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm so blessed to have been among you guys, and I just thank the Lord for what he's doing in you, what he has done in you, and the research that you're bringing forth. Elder, I'm continually praying for the gathering of Christ Church.
Thank you, sister, and the same to you. My prayers go out to your home that the angels head you through the Spirit of Christ, and that we all see Zion together. It's going to be a
Amen.
tough deal, but we'll make it. Bless you.
Amen.
All right.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. And we can't do it without one another, right? All right. We only got a few more, and then that concludes our broadcast for this evening. We have Cora. We have Cora 202, then Sunshine, and we'll conclude for tonight. Cora has a question.
Shalom, Elder. I'll make this quick.
Yeah.
Now, when we see our cities compassed with the foreign police, what is our next move? Is it time to run then, or what?
Well, when I say, sister, you have to realize when it says flee, the Bible says when you're persecuted in one city, flee into the next, right? So when we see foreign armies speaking different languages, it's going to be time for us to make our way back into the old world, right? And we have churches established in all of these areas to where if we have to travel for missionary, we can go there, whatever the case is, and get ready for the next stage in prophecy. But the whole, but keep in mind, there'll never be a time in which we as a people will not be able to actually travel. Okay, until until the bombs hit and all that is going to be hard. But there's still going to be international travel, right? So, all right. And then at the end of this, you have to realize, don't panic. Don't panic, okay? It's not to panic, all right? Because even Baruch says, how can our people make it? Will it only be in one place, or will this will this actually happen amongst the whole earth? And the Most High says the whole earth will actually deal with the same fierce prophecy when it comes to what we're talking about at once. So when we're talking about a global army, it's not like in 70 AD. What they're putting in place is happening the same time everywhere. The whole earth has become one big 70 AD, being that our people are scattered. So it says only those who are in the Most High is going to make it in those times. So you have to realize Christ says if you're persecuted in one city, flee into the next city. Now, when he gave us that prophecy, did I know when I first started teaching that we'll have churches everywhere, according to where the Most High would strategically have them? Did I know, or did he know? The only thing I did was got up and open up the book and begin to read and teach. The Most High knew where churches would be set up. A matter of fact, when it was time for us to do things, I'm like, listen, let's flee, let's go. I had one idea to some degree, knowing that we would one day leave permanently, but then as we begin to move in the Spirit, we realized the Most High had us set up what? Places of refuge all over the earth through a ministry for a future time. The Bible, don't forget, Jeremiah says, I will send you out as he-goats before the flock. So 10 some odd years ago, we were those he-goats going out to show brothers and sisters you can go out and be fine and have a family who will welcome you in time. So keep in mind, sister, which is servants operating in the Spirit, establishing what the Most High allow us to do on a regular basis. But it's the Most High work, establishing refuge for people who need that refuge in time. So you are not to panic. You are to set your house in order, like the scriptures say, follow Christ, stand on the foundation, which is a law of God, and make sure your house is straight when it comes to the people who live in your home. That's what you have control over. If you have control over that small matter, the Most High will now allow you to do what? Have control in a greater matter, because how you construct and have your home is how you'll deal in a big matter. So the Most High only wants you to just make sure your house is in order, so that when we get all of these houses who are operating in order, guess what we have at that point? When we bring all these houses together who've been working individually in order, you bring them together, and that's a kingdom. So, and this is why Christ said, take no thought of tomorrow because today have enough evils in itself. A lot of people worry, oh my God. Nah, our God is more powerful than the God they serve. You're not to operate off of fear. Right? The disciples didn't leave Jerusalem because they were afraid of anyone. I mean, those who were under the disciples' tutelage. They didn't leave Jerusalem because they were afraid. They left because Christ told them to go.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. My sister.
Okay.
All right. Bless you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Again, the bar. All right. Let's see here. I said I would. All right. We have to get through these quickly, okay? Get through these quickly. All right, Jeff. Yes, Jeff.
Hey, brother. Hey, Elder. How you doing?
I'm
Shalom.
doing well. Shalom. How are you doing, Jeff?
Doing great. Doing great. Just got a quick question. I'm not sure if you can really get into it right now since we're limited on time.
Yeah.
Just wanted to know, does Jeremiah 51 tie into what's happening with the immigrants that's coming into our neighborhoods?
Absolutely.
Or am I looking at it? It does.
It does.
So
so listen to what I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
Jeremiah 50 through 52. When you start to see all of these immigrants go back to their own countries, and they tell you they're going to start going back to their own countries, at that point, they've been tipped off by their embassy that something is about to happen to America. That will be our understanding to start rolling out under the cloud of when they're leaving to actually be where we need to be, before the fall of Babylon completely. So the sign is when you see all these people, don't forget, they're coming in because their government is letting them know, is telling them there's free money to be had. At the same time, they can destabilize us. They're not here permanently. They're going to be told by their embassies when it's time for them to take all the loot they have taken that belong to us and go back to their countries. So right now, it's a money grab. It's all they can get before America lose the war. That's where we are right now.
So these are the fanners that's coming in.
Yeah. Well, they're not the fanners. Don't forget the fanners come in after the destruction. Okay? What's going on when you read Jeremiah 50 through 52, it tell you that they'll begin to go back into their own countries. And at that time, the destruction, the fanners is fanning the what? The fire. That links to the 10 horns in Revelation 17, where the policy we're seeing, making America weak, they will allow the other countries to burn America with fire. That's when the war is going to happen, and America will split into 3 places, into 3 parts. All these bridges we see and all that, they're going to collapse. It's going to be 3 separate land masses controlled by who? Russia, Great Britain, and China. So what we have to understand is that what the tip-off is, you see all these strange people running around. When you start seeing them close their stores and begin to disappear out of your neighborhood, they've received a tip-off that the bank's closed, no more free money, you better go back because we're about to deal with Judah in these cities. That's how it's going to go. All right? My brother.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, bless you.
Shalom.
All right, shalom.
All right.
Jacob has a question.
Hey, Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, Yaikwab. How are you?
I'm all right, brother. I just calling in to ask, let's say if I bought some farmland.
Yeah.
When they have the market of beasts going on, will they be able to take that away from me, since we're on a new financial system?
Well, the way it works is if you own that particular land, there may be ways indirectly through other people or a shell company or whatever the case is where you can still pay those bills. But you would have to maneuver with, you would have to adjust to what the systems are at that time to be able to pay things in advance to allow, you to keep the land for as long as you can keep it. Eventually, you're going to have to leave off of it, but sometimes you can pay a lot of it in advance, 2-3 years in advance, to hold it down while you do what you have to do. As long as the money's paid, no one can come against it, right? So at that time, you'll have a plan in place that can actually sustain the land as long as you can actually sustain it. But eventually, they're going to have to they're going to change laws to where they'll be able to commandeer any land they want. So you're just trying to hold on to it as long as you can, right?
Okay. And I have one more question about the government benefits. Let's say, is SSI included in that with them cutting off Section 8, EBT, SNAP, and stuff?
Let me tell you, when it comes to Social Security, because they done already, believe it or not, bankrupt. There's no money left in Social Security. Okay, right now they're sending money off of fumes right now. That whole thing has been dismantled, and a lot of people, they're able to survive paying people on Social Security based on how many people didn't make it through the pandemic, right? So that settled a lot of things, because if you're not here, you can't collect it anyway, right? Now, but yes, any what they call, because now they call them entitlements now, right? Any entitlements you from the government, you'll have to comply. Why? Because if you don't comply with only a small amount of resources left, there's enough people who've come over the border, right, who don't have anything in their countries, who are willing to comply happily. They'll take these benefits and whatever the government say take over you.
So when you say comply, are you talking about the Space Force Jews?
No, well, compliance going to be on the medical side to keep your community safe. This is how it's going to be rolled out, whatever that is. And it's also going to be your children must comply or you're irresponsible as a parent. Second, when it comes down to a new electronic system, which is the RFID, because even Klaus said the plan is to make sure all of the world's citizens is chipped, that how will you spend your money if you don't have the new source of finance? And when they take money out of the system, don't forget that money going to become bad and disease to the point where you can't trade money because so many people are getting sick from the transfer of dollars. So once they move that out of the system, in order for you to get your welfare, in order to pay your bills, in order to get your SSI, your birth certificate, your passport, all of that will be integrated into one system, which will be what? An RFID chip. You're going to have that shot in your hand, like Revelation 13 say, or in the back of your head or in your head. You have to do that to comply, because how will you spend without these particular digital wallets? So you will become the digital wallet if you comply. So you're not going to get SSI or anything else unless you comply with the new spending system.
So in concluding, we become pilgrims.
Yeah, of course. I know I'm not getting it.
I heard that. All right, Elder.
Okay, thank you.
Shalom. You welcome. Shalom.
Shalom. And you know our people, we'll adjust somehow. I mean, the world powers don't understand how we got through the crack epidemic. Excuse me. We always adjust. So if there's a way to, a gray area in which we can still survive, Jacob will find it. Okay, you don't have to worry about that. We will survive. Believe me. So, I mean, listen. I seen cats on the corner hustling, in Philadelphia, hustling vaccine cards. Yeah, I mean, when there was no toilet paper, the whole truck came up, and people was like, "Listen, you can get 3 rolls for $5." They had them. They pulled it open, where they opened up the thing and had 3 rolls for $5 up there on 15th and York Street, where my mom was living down, where my people was living down there. So don't worry about it. We will find a way. Just stick in there, Jacob. Don't fear. All right. 984 area code. And I'm going to tell you, listen, Jake going to be running around with other people's hands. You know what I mean? Hot and everything. It's still warm. Like, listen, they're going to be swiping. 984 area code.
Brother Rawchaa, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are
Good
you?
evening, Rawchaa. I'm fine, thank you. It's been a long time I've talked to you. It's the broadcast that I happened to talk to you about was the I think the good and evil, the tree of good and evil.
Yeah.
This is Simona.
I remember you. How are you?
I'm glad that you remember me. How could you not forget that name? Something tapped my spirit last year about the 666.
Yeah.
And the symbols and the word and the numbers are very important. So I but God tapped my spirit because I was so engrossed in that number. So 6 represents, the first 6 is Christ, which is 6 letters.
Nope.
6 is throne.
Nope.
And 6 is spirit.
No, who told you that?
And you know, excuse me?
Who told you that?
No, God tapped my spirit because I was wondering what 666 represent. And I asked him, and the Antichrist is going to be, he's going to be reptilian. He's going to look like a human being.
Well, sister, let me draw you back real quick, all right? The Antichrist is working right now, okay? Antichrist is the government, number 1. There's many Antichrists, 1 John.
Right.
Number 2.
Right.
No, the Most High didn't tell you that the 6 is Christ and another 6, no. A thought came to your mind and told you that. It wasn't Christ.
It's Antichrist, meant to say.
Okay.
Even though that's a part.
Oh, stick with me. Stick with me. Stick with me. It's time for you to learn. Okay? 666 is the mark of a man. It's Satan's mark. It doesn't have anything to do with Christ. Okay? It's Satan's mark. And it's also the marking of what you would call, when you look at the star of Moloch for child sacrifice, you got the inadvertent 6-pointed star that represents the people of Moloch and child sacrifice. It's going to be these same people who set up a financial system to destroy the world. Okay? The Bible says, beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit. Even though I would like to receive what you're saying, there's no precepts or Bible to verify or back your thoughts. And if we open this up, then it's going to be a free-for-all if we allow someone to say something of what came to their mind, right, and actually co-sign it as something from the Almighty. There's nothing that we can't find in the Bible itself, right, when it comes to breaking down what any thought may be concerning the precepts of the Bible. So if we're going to look at 666, we have to use a precept in the Bible to give it understanding, not what a spirit told you in your mind. All due respect to you. All right, so you can learn.
Okay.
All right.
There's one more comment.
Okay.
I think it's going to backfire on America when they think they have the strategy to these people who are coming in, the immigrants that are going to take over, but it's going to backfire on the people who are the children of Israel, the Hispanics.
Yeah.
They're going to realize what the government is trying to do to the black people that are already in the United States, and they're going to come together, and this is what's going to cause a civil war.
Okay.
And that's all I wanted to comment.
All right. Well, sister, there will be a split. There will be a war in the earth, but it's not going to happen like you're saying. These people they're bringing over, they're going to create they're going to create total chaos the way the government is going to use our people against us. It's going to be mayhem. It's going to be a war of biblical proportions in our neighborhood in which the government is going to have to step in with the.
I feel.
I'm saying, sister,
in
listen.
my heart
I'm gonna let you, sister.
Yes, I understand what you're talking about.
I'm gonna let you break down what you feel in your heart, but I'm telling you, they know exactly the people they're bringing over. Now, is there a small portion of people that are coming over coming over to receive the word, absolutely, they'll be saved. But that's far in between. They're going to create a hotbed of total destruction through this immigration and migration. And guess what? They're going to accomplish that because the Bible tells you they're going to accomplish it. Okay? So, no, I know what you feel, but no one is going to be singing in the streets of North Philly and Harlem Kumbaya between those who are already in the country and the migrants that are coming over. That's not going to happen. It's going to be chaos. All right?
It's going to be a percentage that are going to side with Judah. I'm sure of that.
Sister,
when
yes,
they realize
sister, a very
people that are going to certain Judah.
A very small percentage, and guess what? We'll welcome them, but it's going to be very small. It's going to pale in comparison to the chaos that's going to be outside the few who say, you know what? I'm Israel. It's going to be over 90% that's a part of the chaos that's going on in the city. All right, but thank you though. Don't forget, only 10% will be saved. Bless you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Bless you.
Okay, she's getting there, eventually. But the reptilian thing, hey, I don't care how they look. They're of the devil, okay? So, right? All right, let's get a few more. We got Jeanette. Who cares whether they can turn the reptilians, drink blood, whatever they're going to do. They're on the wrong side of judgment. Okay? They're going to burn in hell. All right? So I could care less of whether or not they got reptilian skin. All right? Who knows? They could have stayed in the sun too long. All right? Something could be, their skin on the outside is tough as leather. Sometimes that happens. I have nothing to do with the skin and reptile and all that. All I know is that the Most High is going to burn them in hell. That's what we want to talk about. The saving of the children of Israel and judgment on the nations who have destroyed the children of God. Right? 2240, then we got Sunshine to end it out.
He's going to say your name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Jeanette? I'm going to say your name. Hi, Jeanette.
Jeanette. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Jeanette. Good evening.
Okay. It's probably not what you are talking about, but I want to ask you a question.
Yes, ma'am.
About it says a lot of things in the Bible what not to eat, and I love shrimp. I love shrimp, but I want to know, and they do have scales and fins, so I'm trying to find out should we eat that or not?
Okay, let's talk about it. All right. You have your Bible?
Nope, but I can get it.
Okay, please get it, ma'am. By all means. That's what we do here.
Okay.
Because listen, sister, because I'm not going to tell you what to eat and what not to eat, but I know you'll listen to God, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Get a Bible.
Okay, I got the Bible.
King James Version.
Look at what you said, King James.
That's the one. He's a black man. Well, he was anyway.
I got it. And what scripture?
Okay, ma'am. Stick with me. All right?
Okay.
And I thank you. I respect you that you have enough respect for God to actually hear what he has to say concerning these things, right?
Yes.
All praises. I need you now to go to Leviticus, the 11th chapter.
Leviticus? Okay, let me find it.
And by the way, just for conversation.
Hold on. Okay.
Just for conversation, right?
Uh-huh.
I was one in Philadelphia. Growing up, I danced with Philly Floor Takers, Steppin' Uniques, and all these others when I was dancing, right? I used to love Sid Booker's breaded shrimp.
Oh my goodness.
Let me tell you about that. I'm going to give you a story before I read this. And I'm talking about right there at Broad, Wyoming, you had Sid Booker. He had a club up there too. And Lord, these things was braided. Every time we go dancing, we go from bar to bar dancing, passing our hat or whatever the case is. I couldn't wait to get up Roosevelt Boulevard, Prince Total Experience. Then I get to Sid Booker truck. had that thing dipped in some tartar sauce with the little sides with the man crunching. You know what I mean? It was absolutely scrumptious, right? Check this out.
Yeah.
Listen to this weird thing that happened to me. I'm sitting there. I'm a dancer and all that. I'm a singer. I'm 14 years old, right? My mother has some shrimp in the oven, right? I know she did it with some paprika and some stuff on it. Let me tell you, I take one of those shrimps, right? And I put it in my mouth and I'm sitting there, you know, singing with it, feeling all good. It gets stuck and I can't even breathe because it's stuck in my throat, right?
Oh, my goodness.
Sister, listen, there's no one in the house to help me.
Oh, my goodness.
Listen, no one in the house. I can't breathe and it's stuck in my throat. So I walk down the stairs to where my mother is. She has a water ice stand and I hear them talking and all of these things. And I'm sitting there dying, suffocating, and no one is recognizing that I can't breathe. Sister, listen, I'm looking around and I'm about to just pass out and it just comes out of my mouth. It just go out of my mouth. And then I just go back and start acting like everything was normal. No one even recognized that I could have been dead. I'm sitting there, no one is even paying attention. Sister, listen. A few years later, I found out the truth of who I am. And then in the Bible, it said that I shouldn't have had that shrimp in the first place. That's my story concerning shrimp. And that's someone who loved, listen, you see me, I'm still giving you the name of some of the best shrimp fryers who have ever lived. Okay? Right? So understand when I bring this forth to you, it's not me judging your food choices or your diet. It's only what God says, okay?
Okay.
And then I'm going to take you to where your preacher tell you that Jesus said it's okay, even though God said don't do it. All right?
Okay.
All right. Now go to the book of Leviticus real quick.
You say Leviticus?
Leviticus. It's the third book.
I got it.
All right, go on. I see you. Leviticus.
What chapter?
The 11th chapter, ma'am.
Yeah. Oh, I'm close to it. Thank goodness.
Take your time.
Okay.
Take your time.
Okay, 11. Okay, I got 11.
You got it?
Okay.
All right. Now, I need you to go to Leviticus 11. Right? Let me move this.
Right.
And I'm going to go with, because there's some people out there who probably have the same question, right? So I'm going to take my time with this so to teach it so that you can have full understanding. Start at the fourth verse. Matter of fact, let's start at the first verse.
Okay.
You can read it.
Oh, Lord. Can my son get my glasses for? I'm thinking you're going to read it.
Listen, if I read, sister, listen, if I read it, that's me telling you. If you read it, that's God telling you.
Okay, let me get my glasses. You gonna wait?
Listen, sister, I'll take all the time I need. I'll take all the time you need. Don't worry about it. Take your time.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna get my glasses.
All right.
They should be. Okay, I got them. I'm gonna go run back to the kitchen.
Take your time. Take your time. Just relax. You don't have to rush.
Okay.
Right?
Oh, yes. Okay, I got it. I'm glad to hear that you patient. Okay, I'm sitting at the table and it's Leviticus chapter 11.
Yeah, start at the first verse.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying unto them.
Okay, let's stop right there. Hold up. Let's stop. Take your time because I'm going to work it out with you, sister, okay?
Okay.
And your name is again? Jeanette?
Jeanette.
Okay, Jeanette. This is the Lord who spoke to Moses and Aaron, right?
Right.
So this is not Elder Rawchaa. This is not Moses, and this is not Aaron. This is above man. This is God himself, correct?
Right.
This is him speaking to you now. Read the second verse.
Okay. Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, there are the beasts which ye shall eat among all the beasts that are on the earth.
So it says, tell my people, the children of Israel, these are the beasts which you shall eat among all the beasts that are on the earth. Right? Read.
Right.
Read it.
Whatsoever parted the hoof and is clove-footed and chew the cud among the beasts, that shall you eat.
Now, when it says cloven-footed and cheweth the cud, you ever see how a cow chews? Like their mouth moves like, and even horses' mouths move the same way, right? When they eat grass or whatever. But guess what? The cow have a cloven foot, which is a split foot. A horse doesn't.
Yeah.
So even though they both chew the cud, the horse is unclean, yet the cow, sheep, lamb, goat, they're clean. You got it? The buffalo, the bull, they're clean because not only do they chew the cud, they're cloven-footed. Even the camel. The camel chew the same way, chew up the cud, the same way as a goat, lamb, sheep, but yet it doesn't have that split hoof, so you can't eat it. So God made it clear. Here's the animals you can eat, and these are the animals you stay away from because I made them for something different for you. Right? Some of these you can ride, but you can't eat.
Right.
You got that?
No.
Now it's going to go through it. Read the fourth verse. It's going to make it clear. Read.
He said, nevertheless, these shall ye not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the hoof, as the camel, because he cheweth the cud, but divided not the hoof. He is unclean unto you.
So if there's someone bring you some camel soup, you can go to Leviticus 4 and you'll say, well, hold up. God said don't do that. Right? It's unclean.
Right.
Right? Go ahead. Let's go to the fifth verse.
And is that the coonie?
That's the raccoon. Go ahead.
Okay, and the coonie, I never knew that. That's to learn something every day.
There it is.
And the coonie, because he chewed the cud, but divided not the hoof, he is unclean unto you.
So you can't eat stuff like that, right? And the what?
And the hare, which is the rabbit.
The rabbit.
The hare,
you got it. That's what God told you. Go ahead.
And I love rabbit. It said because he chewed, and the hare, because he chewed the cud, but divided not the hoof, he is unclean unto you.
So God said
and
no.
The swine,
read.
That's right.
And the what?
And the swine.
And the what?
The swine.
What swine?
And the hog.
Hog, pig, whatever the case is, from the rooter to the tutor. No pig knuckles, no pig feet, no chitlins, no hog jowls, no pig tongue.
Yeah.
All right. Read it.
And the swine, though he divided the hoof and be clove-footed, yet he chew not the cud, he is unclean to you.
So God says no to the pig. Read.
Of their flesh shall ye not eat, and their carcass shall ye not touch.
The Bible says you can't even touch. Not only you can't eat it, you're not even supposed to put your hands to clean it. It's so filthy.
Oh my goodness.
And this is why so many people are coming up with all these diseases. You're eating the animals the Most High made to eat the diseases. Before there was any plumbing systems, our farms, there was a natural ecosystem where we would have the pigsty far off so that our waste and all of that is eaten by the pigs, right? And therefore, the pigs would die of the disease and we would bury the pig so that the disease wouldn't affect us. Now we're eating the animals the Most High made to eat the disease. And you may wonder why the earth is so diseased. Why you're sick all the time, because you're eating the animals that was meant to eat the sickness. That's why we're overweight and all these others. So God, if anyone knows more than anyone, God know why he made a pig. And it wasn't for man to consume. Okay? It's in the Bible. Come on, what's next?
Okay, it's 9. These shall ye eat of all that are in the water.
Now here we go. Here's the answer to your question. In the waters. Read.
It say, whatsoever has fins and scales in the water, in the sea, and in the rivers, them shall ye eat.
So it have to have both, not one or the other. Okay. Read 10.
And all that have not fins and scales in the sea.
So they must have both. They must have both. Scales, fins, and scales. Not one or the other.
Okay.
Read.
Okay. And scales in the sea and in the rivers of all that move in the waters and of any living thing which is in the waters. They shall be abomination unto you.
There are what unto you?
Abomination.
An abomination. That's sin. Because this is why our people are so sick. We're doing what God say don't do. We're consuming what God say don't touch. Yeah. Read the 11th
abomination.
Verse. Abomination is a filthy act. Why? It's filth. Because these are the animals the Most High put at the bottom of the waters to clean the ocean, rivers, and streams. So if we eat the animals the Most High is using to clean the waters, no wonder if the waters become dirty where it destroys our bodies and all that, where we can't even drink the water anymore. Because we took out the animals that was eating the feces on the bottom of the water and made it a delicacy.
Okay.
Right? So all in all, shrimp, crab, lobsters, oysters, mustards, all of these eat the feces. It cleans up the waters. It's a natural system the Most High set up to make sure the fish are healthy for us to eat. Right?
Can I ask you a question?
Now, hold up. Before you ask, let's go to the shrimp now, because you asked that in particular.
Okay.
The shrimp.
Okay.
The shrimp has scales, but no fins.
Okay. The tail?
No, that's not it. No.
It's the tail.
No. No. Don't try to get in with the tail. It's all scale. The fins mean, boom. Don't forget, I worked in a restaurant, prepping and everything, and I know what's going on with some food, okay? Scales is you have to scrape the scales off. It ain't no one big, right? It's like the individual scales you have to scrape off. And fins are that long fin on the back of a fish, okay? Shrimps, I'm talking about scrimps. Shrimps, that's that old 5-year-old, mom, give me some scrimps, right? Shrimps don't have fins, okay? Now, let me show you.
Right.
Let me show you here for the sake of, right? Let me show you. On the screen, you can look at this at your, in your own convenience, and you'll see here, and what I'll do is I'll pull up a fish fin, right? There it is.
Okay.
That's simple, right? Now, as you can see, the fins, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They swim with the fins. They got one on their back, one under them, and one at the end. Okay, those are fins. Shrimp don't swim like this. They're unclean. They're bottom feeders. You want to see your health get better? Eat what God said eat. And watch how your doctor start asking you questions like, what's going on? Right?
Okay.
And let me tell you, I thank the Most High that my mother began to listen to me, because I believe it added about an extra 7 to 10 years to her life. And she told me that right before she passed over. I'll see her again. But she told me, she said, Junior, you saved me. You came back and gave me many years. And I said, Mom, just thank the Most High. It was our God who's given us back the law, statutes, and commandments. And if you break the law, the wages of sin, sister, is death. So if you're sinning against God, you'll have a shorter life. And that's including eating the things God said don't eat. Therefore, it shortened your lifespan. Now, the last thing, let me go to where your preacher's going to tell you that God said it's okay. All right?
Okay.
I'm getting in front of that now. Because, he'll sit there and talk about God and Christ, and he'll go down there and down in the cellar and serve you a whole plate of pork chops, right? So we're going to get with this real quick. Right? He'll tell you all you got to do is pray over it, and God said it's all right with him. But we're going to straighten that out right now, right? I need you real quick, sister, to go to 1 Timothy, the 4th chapter.
1 Timothy. Okay.
That's in the New Testament. Take your time.
Okay. Is that here Hebrews? Let me see.
Yeah, it's near there.
Ain't near.
It's near there. It's what you got here right before Hebrews, a few books before Hebrews, you'll see Timothy.
Okay. My son helping me out.
Oh, take your time.
You don't get it for me.
Hey, that's a great son of yours. Let's go to it's right. No, take your time. It's right after Thessalonians. You have Corinthians, Ephesus, Ephesians. You have Galatians. Okay, I'm going to come temporarily through here real quick, okay? Hold on.
Okay.
All right, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to come through this system because somehow my mixer just went out, all right? So that was deep in of itself, okay? That was weird. You can hear me though, right? Okay, well, hey, we've overcome the enemy because I got something going on right here. Don't worry about it. Oh, all right, I'll do it this way. I've never seen this happen ever again. But the enemy, boy, I tell you, enemy, they definitely upset right now. Okay. Well, I'm going to do this with you from I'm using the computer volume because I'm going to as long as you get this, I don't care, okay? All right, I need you to read Timothy the first chapter. The fourth chapter in the first verse. The fourth chapter. Yeah, read that. Now, this is how you're going to know what? At the end times, we're living in the latter times, and that people will depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, trying to trick you out of following God, right? Seducing spirits. Read the second verse. Second verse. Now, here are the things that the Bible is expressing is what? Seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. This is where your pastor is going to take you to tell you it's okay to eat anything. But we're going to give it clear. We're going to make it clear. Read the third verse. Hold up. Let's stop. Let's stop with that. Forbidding to marry. What religion has it where you can't be a priest unless you decide to be single? The Catholic Church. The Catholic Church tell their pastors, their preachers, their cardinals and bishops that they can't marry if they're going to join the priesthood. That's a doctrine of devils, right? If someone tell you can't marry, that's a doctrine of devils, right? Read on. And commanding. Now, when it says another doctrine of devils, if someone try to tell you can abstain, that you have to stop eating meat, which God created to be received with thanksgiving, right? So preachers will go here and say, if someone try to stop you from eating pork, that's a seducing spirit. They'll tell you that. But did God give man pork, shrimp, crab, or lobster to be received with thanksgiving? Yes or no? Because he said that he gave you the clean animals to eat. Those are the animals that can be received with prayer, not unclean food. See that? Now I'm going there because this is where your preacher will tell you that it's okay to eat swine when God never gave you swine to be ate with thanksgiving. You can't pray over what God said is unclean. See that? Now read the fourth verse. And that's where the preacher take you. But what he ignores is that the food that the Most High gave us in the Old Testament to be received with thanksgiving are clean animals. Right? So when it says every creature, it's not speaking of any animal walking around, or you'll be like those in Asia who will go skin a cat or dog sometimes. Or you can have people eating monkeys. So it's no every creature. It's speaking of what you focus on, what God gave man to eat or to be received with thanksgiving. Where do you go to find out the animals the Most High gave us to be received with thanksgiving? You go to Leviticus, the 11th chapter, and look at, and you're able to consume the clean animals. Easy? And guess what? There's so many good things you can eat out of clean animals. You don't need the unclean animals anyway. Okay? So hey, I take the same seasons and all that I used to use for the unclean food, and I use it for the clean food, and it even tastes better. It tastes even better. All right? Well, bless you. Yeah. The whole shell comes off, including the tail. There you go. It's one scale. You're right. Oh, thank you. All praises be to the Most High. And just get rid of that clean food to live longer. Get rid of the unclean food to live longer. Excuse me. Okay? Thank you. Bless you. All right. Hold on. Well, I've never seen that happen before. I have never seen that happen before. Audio just went. Like, man, it's all good. It's all good. Let me move this out of the way. And Sunshine, I'll bring you in. And we'll conclude it with Sunshine. Hey, go ahead, Sunshine. How are you? Shalom, sister. Let's go. Let's do it. Break it down. Come here, Charlotte. Shalom. You something else, yeah. All right, all right, all right. Kwam Yashala. Bless you, bless you. There it is. There it is. All right. Praise the Most High. Well, that concludes our broadcast for this evening. Of course, the equipment that went haywire. I have no idea. I've never seen anything like this before, but I'm glad we were able to actually get out that last phone call before this particular lesson or this particular broadcast concluded. With that, support the work. Keep in mind that a nation divided against itself cannot stand. And also, when it comes down to it, we must really understand the divisive politics and the New World Order. The New World Order is an order against the awakening. Who are we? We're the children of Israel, and we are back. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up. Sin not. I'll see you Friday on Patreon, Saturday for the Sabbath, if it be the Most High's will. And of course, that's right, week 3 of your Hebrew and Bible Academy, in which we go into the promised seed. Who are the true children of God? Well, be there Sunday and do what? Experience the detailed lesson with the Gathering of Christ Church. Myself, Elder Lawya, and of course, Shabbat with the news. Go to historytimes.org. Thank you, Elder Rawchaa. Thank you, Del. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for all you do to support this work. Share the knowledge. Shalom.